dos, tres. The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 2. Supported by Ubisoft, here with the hosts Blackjack and Baba Gusta, as we are here for the final two quarterfinals games. That is correct. We've already had two quarterfinal games yesterday, and they were quite good indeed. Monkey Hunters have moved forward. Excuse me right there. I was drinking water before we started the stream. Almost got it caught in my throat. That's why I might take a couple pauses here and there. Do forgive me for that. And on the other side, we had a very long match between Valiance and Gamer Syndicate that ended up going the way of Team Valiance, and they joined Monkey Hunters as our second semifinalist. Now, we're going to be moving on to the third quarterfinals today, and that quarterfinals is going to be Mercenaries versus Red Vipers, and then a fourth one, which is going to be Gazelles Esports versus Vroom Vroom, as you can see now in the schedule in front of all of our viewers at home. For a couple of very interesting matches, Red Vipers versus Mercenaries. I mean, I think we all have some idea of who's going to win there. I'm not going to say it outright here and now, but I think we all know what's about to happen. Red Vipers, however, they could put up a big fight. They have been known to do that before. And I'm pretty interested to see how they go about facing the opposition that is Mercenaries. On the other hand, Gazelles Esports versus Vroom Vroom, that one I am quite intrigued with. Gazelles, they've gotten quite far, all things considered. Now, in the quarterfinals of the second Challenger Series, facing off against Vroom Vroom, who are also here in the quarters to make a mark. Are they going to advance to the semis, or will they lose that to Gazelles Esports? We will find out. And just a little tidbit for all of our viewers at home before we get on with the matches. Hulky has still promised us content, folks, so we're going to be keeping our eyes on him as we, go into that Vroom Vroom game. But that's for later. Right now, Red Vipers versus Mercenaries, the match that will go live in just a bit, the match that we are all waiting to see. I'm really hoping to see a good game between these two. But before we get into that, the most important question of the day, Baba Gusta, how are you today? And what do you think about Red Vipers' current situation against Mercenaries?
Well, to start off, Jack, today is also an amazing day for us to be casting our second, two more qualifiers matches, that actually the quarterfinals matches that we have to check it out. But for now, talking about our first matchup around here, Jack, Red Vipers versus MRCZ. Uh, I still think that MRCZ, actually Red Vipers, still has a chance to beat up MRCZ, but we all know what's going to happen next. We still have no idea on what is going to happen on these matchups. And talking about our map video of our teams picking up those matchups, we still have, it's a best of three, so we have to see what kind of maps does the players have picked, and we'll be able to see Red Vipers pick up Oregon to be their first map. The second map will be on Chalet, picked by MRCZ, and the decider map will be on Cafe. So we have total of 3 matches. It is best of 3 quarterfinals. Only 2 maps will require for either of these teams to head in, and if Red Vipers do win one of their maps and MRCC do win the other map, we will be able to see the decider, which will be on Cafe. So a lot of hope is on the line for Red Vipers to see whether if they could, head in and get the spot into the semifinals. Because if they lose, I mean, the amount of hard work that they've done in the first quals and also in the second quals of the second series, they've done so much hard work, and they are right here going up against MRCZ. They still have a lot of barricades left to go through. You still have the semis, you even have the grand finals. They still have to figure out a way to take out MRCZ. Do they have what it takes for them to destroy? We're about to find that out. With the ready confirmations coming in from MRCZ and Red Vipers, we will definitely not waste any more time and proceed with our first matchup. MRCZ being the one on attack, Team Red Vipers will be the one on defense on map Oregon. Actually, MRCZ will be the one on defense. Red Vipers on attack. Map will be on Oregon. And yeah, most of the most of our viewers who are watching the stream right now are technically guessing that maybe Red Vipers might have a chance. Do you think that Red Vipers can be able to win some of the defensive rounds, Jack?
Well, they might just be able to. You never really know when it comes to Oregon, right? Oregon being a defender-sided map, it is definitely something that I think we all should keep our eyes up on. But one thing I do have to point out is this is a mistake that I made while arranging the sheet. Again, I've been doing those, but university is getting to me for the last couple of days. You know, when you wake up for 10 a.m. sessions and then those 10 a.m. sessions don't happen 4 days in a row, it gets a little annoying, if you will. But what I am trying to say here is Red Vipers are actually on the defense on Oregon. They're on the attack on Chalet. That is something that I messed up. So I do apologize for that, Baba.
That's
Just
all right.
fixing things up as we speak, but we're going to fix things up a little later. Right now, the first match is actually going live. We've got the ready confirmation in, and let's get in there as well into the ban phase between Mercenaries and Red Vipers. Mercenaries on the attack, Red Vipers on the defense. As we have the first ban coming out from RVZ as well, it is going to be the Thatcher taken off once again. As we all know, Thatcher is always going to be the one to get banned. It's not even a prediction at this point. It is how it is. And with that, we're going to move on to the second one, and it is going to be a Nomad from Mercenaries. All right, this one is quite interesting indeed, all things considered. As Nomad, we didn't actually get to see her banned all too much yesterday. It was more of a case of Nomad being allowed to play, with her air jabs and with her utility, taking care of defender utilities and denials very quickly, along with the runouts and the flank routes and all of that stuff. Excuse me, right there. Like I said, a little bit of an incident with some hydration that I just had. Valkyrie will be banned by Mercenaries as well. That, of course, is a very standard ban that we have all come to know the exact reason of, as with Mira as well. Valkyrie, of course, we all know 4 black eye cameras. Well, 4, no, I think it's 3 now. I'm forgetting the number at this very minute. But regardless, black eye cameras, tons of information, and tons of killing potential that can be made by converting that information into kills. And of course, Mira, area denial with her one-way black mirrors has always been strong, and she'll be banned as a result. With all that being said, the bans have been taken care of, and round 1 will be underway. But before that, let us have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. From the side of Red Vipers, we've got Nadia with Dark Lord, Cypher, Sid, and Eagle Eye. And from the side of Mercenaries, we've got MI7, Fathar, Snow, Iron, and Sad Hasib. Now, if you're wondering why it's Sad Hasib, I believe Mercenaries didn't actually have that much of a good time at the Nationals, although I could be, remembering it differently. But regardless, something has to have happened. So, condolences to Hasib on whatever that was. As we move into round 1 on second floor, kids' dorms and dorms main hall. And as I have cut the man from the mic long enough, Baba Gusta, take it away.
Thank you for that, Jack. And also, let's not waste any more time. And proceed with our third quarterfinals match. It's going to be MRCZ on attack, Red Vipers on defense. We have 3 matches to go, unless and until if they would end it up in 2-0. Whoever wins it gets the spot on the semi-finals. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be MRCZ or Red Vipers? We're about to find that out in the first round on map Oregon. Starting off, the site will be on second floor Kids Doms and Doms main hall. Talking about the optics on the defensive side, you have good protection from the Goya's Vulcan shields. One of them which will be placed in towards the attic, and second might be in towards the trophy side. Good hold, good angle being placed around from the defensive side. And talk about the attackers here. We have 2 hard breaches, one of them which will be the thermite, the exothermic charge brick, that can help open up good amount of lines of sight. Also, you have MI7 bringing in the Maverick. Those those breaching torches would help them to take out any necessary mute jammers or maybe a Kaid Electroclaw, since Kaid is available for the defenders to play. But for now, we will be able to see Ayan. That would be on the side of MRCZ, currently using the drone works. Give them information in towards the armory site. Now, talking about Red Vipers, we don't see any roam presence being made from Red Vipers. Is it or is it not? Yep, there is. That's actually Eagle Eye, who's actually going to go in for an early spawn peek right outside the construction entrance. Doesn't have that information, so it's best for him to stay put and wait for the information to relay on their team so that he can confirm his suspicions. But for now, we will see the Ash using the breach torch, the breaching charges to take out the mute jammers. Easier said than done. Breach will be opened, and now Red Vipers need to worry about the site. What's going to happen next? Since the second floor Kids Dom's wall has been opened, they still need to worry about opening up the attic hatch, and also they have to worry about opening up those, destroying those deployable shield, which proves to be a bit problematic for MRCC to deal with. But since you have the Flores RC Reteros and hoping to destroy those mute jammers, things will go along smoothly. And now we just have to wait for the execute to happen for the attacker's side.
Good use of the breaching rounds of the Ash right there from down below to take care of the Goya shields and, a few other pieces of utility that were on the floor that have been providing a little bit of trouble for the side of the attack. However, now comes the main execute phase very, very soon. Indeed, 50 seconds on the clock. They don't have much time remaining, and Mercenaries know this. You can see there's an urgency in their play. Now, Saf is going to take a ton of damage. There he goes. That's going to be a kill taken, but MI7 goes down on the other side. That's Eagle Eye taking a kill back. Sid is so low on HP. Shotgun comes up, but will not work. Fathar goes down, but here is Snow off the board. Eagle Eye comes from the back and takes full control of Attic, but he's got to be careful of Fathar coming up there, and now as well alongside Iron. But wait a minute, Fathar's actually not going to go tower side. It's not even going to matter. Sad Hasib comes in, not as sad with that kill onto Eagle Eye. One more down. It's a 3v2. Dark Lord knows where one is, but no, Hasib gets the jump on him, and Fathar comes up white stairs just in time to finish off Naughty Ushrith, and that is going to be one more down, more and more, if you will. The first round off the board, on the board for Mercenaries, as they will take a pretty solid first round, I have to say. There were a couple of trade backs from the side of Red Vipers, but once it came down to the 3v2, there really wasn't much else to say that Red Vipers had remaining, especially with Eagle Eye getting taken out. I believe he was the Malusi who came around towards tower. The flank on tower into attic, that was beautifully timed. And if, Eagle Eye had stayed alive, there probably could have been a big argument to be made about, Red Vipers winning out the round, but that was not to be. Mercenaries take round 1. And in a very good fashion, as we move sites immediately from Red Vipers all the way down to basement, laundry, and supply room.
Yeah, well, that's good, great attackment coming in from MRCZ, winning that first half, actually the first round on second floor Kids Doms. Easy said than done, although Red Vipers did give a good fight on the defensive side. And if Sid was playing as the mute with the M5 shotgun, did win that gunfight in towards the freezer side. That's exactly where Fathar was. If that shotgun did claim the life of Ash right from that freezer stairs, maybe we would have seen a different scenario where Red Vipers would have had the advantage. But for now, what's past is past. You need to think about the present. That present will be on round 2. Being the side, basement, laundry, and supply room, this is exactly where Red Vipers have made a decision to hold on to. We'll see some change in the optics yet again, with Eagle Eye being the one roaming around kitchen, or maybe in towards the meeting side. He'll be able to waste some time for the attacker's side, but no, what just happened? Naughty Yesrid was actually using a shotgun to try to open up line of sight, but no, it actually backfired on his end. Whereas Eagle Eye comes in with another frag, taking out Fatar. An immediate 4-4 trade out coming in from the attackers as well as the defensive side. He'll be able to use the impact nades to immediately get back in towards the garage side. Now, quick, easier said than done from the on the side of Eagle Eye. Just going to give a lot of confusion on MRCZ's side, but they still have an idea on where exactly Eagle Eye's location is. And also, another kill will come in from him yet again, taking out MI7 this time, and easily goes back right from the basement laundry stairs. Such a risky play, but it had to be done, because if he stayed there from that garage place, again, things wouldn't have been in his side. And look at Ayan again, dodging a lot of bullets from the UMP. We'll get the confirmation to take out Sid. Immediate control on kitchen yet again. And also quite unfortunate that the castle didn't get the opportunity to take out the Flores at that particular time. But look at that. Talking about the man-count advantage, it is equalized yet again for MRCZ 3-3, as we see the exothermic charge being used to open up the hatch in towards the first floor lobby side. Now, I do have a feeling that they will push in towards basement laundry stairs and also make a push in towards the freezer side. That's why you see a lot of holes being made around, so that you could have a good rotate towards the basement laundry side rather than going from the freezer entry stairs. So good rotates, quick rotates being made from RV. Now we have to see whether MRCZ has got what it takes to destroy their hold.
All things considered, going into the latter segments of round 2, Eagle Eye, man, he might end up taking a little bit of fire right. He's going to get him. No, he does. All right. I thought he would have, not really won that one. But it turns out Ayan is going to get taken out for all his trouble. Snow preparing a grenade, throws it down. Is going to work? No, it's not. He's going to go right into sight and get flashbang by a C. But here comes the SMG from Cypher and the Jaeger in Boiler as well. Holding on despite everything flying his way. Will still get the kill and give the round over to his team. Red Vipers take one, and a good one at that too. Mercenaries a little shaky, a little, unsettled, I feel like. But it is what it is. They still managed to make a good round out of it, and they managed to take the round, Red Vipers that is, into the third round, going into the third round, that is 1-1 being the score line, as we now move into, once again, Kids Dorms and Dorms Main Hall. So going back to that site with now a round win under their belts, Red Vipers might actually have something to say about this, but wait a minute, they're asking for a pause, and a pause will be given. A little weird that they just asked for that a little bit later than you would expect, but I guess one of their players is having a bit of an issue, and they need to just, take care of that as soon as possible before, they continue with the... Oh, okay. Apparently Dark Lord says ready for his team, and Mercenary says that too, so okay, I'm not... So what that makes me think is that they took the pause because Usher was probably supposed to switch out of the Goyo, but he wasn't doing that. Something or the other happened, and they needed to take the pause for the 6 pick, because that is way too quick. They took the pause, the 6 pick happened, and immediately ready. So, that kind of makes me think that that was the case, but you never know. It's only speculation from our end after all. We don't have access to the player comms, so we can't really tell. But it is. But like I said, it is what it is. Round 3 is now going to commence, as we see the setup coming in from the side of Mercenaries, from the side of Red Vipers. Now, interestingly enough, like we just pointed out, the change has happened. The operator Goyo has been, gotten rid of, and Kaid has been brought in his place. That is, of course, to keep the bedroom wall, reinforced for as long as possible. Maybe even Attic if he uses that second Electroclaw of his, or maybe not, depending on where that second Electroclaw will end up going. But for the time being, of course, not using the Goya is also motivated by the fact that Mercenaries were really, really eager to just get rid of Goya shields, meat jammers, all the like from down below, using the Ash and her breaching rounds, which worked to great effect, all things considered. So they did actually have the right idea there, and so did Red Vipers here to get rid of Goyo, who ends up being a bit more of a liability if there's more avenues to take down his shields without the attackers being at direct risk themselves. This is something that, you know, more teams I feel like should do. Sure, you want to have your Ashe out there front and center, swing their gun all over the place, getting kills, and that I can understand. But at the same time, on a map like Oregon, where we have seen countless Ashe players just go full face first towards shields, towards sight, and then get taken down as a result, you could use a breaching round from down below, just like they have, Mercenaries had in round 1. It works more often than not, a surprising amount if you really look into it. So that's something I would definitely like to see more of if the occasion arises. Without Goyo, of course, it doesn't really make much sense, but you can still use Ashe to take care of Electroclaws, to take care of Mute Jammers from down below. There are things that can be done that you don't necessarily always need a Zofia for. But enough about the, you know, tangent I was getting off on. Round 3 now has seen the breach into bedroom from the closet wall into the games room, that is, and now closet is about to be probably breached by MI7. So Red Vipers are going to have to start contending with this push, as Fatah's going to take one big one as well. Eagle Eye off the board. It's a 5v4.
5v4 and chaos continues for MRCZ as they claim 2 players on the side of RV. And they're definitely making sure that they would get that control on the attic as best as possible. Again, missed opportunity from the Kaid, which is going to give MRCZ the chance to retaliate back. Now the shotgun player, who is playing very close on the attic side, is trying to think of an opportunity, but look at that, Fatar with the breach charge to take out Naughty yesterday, but here comes the shotgun from Cypher, holding out the attic side as best as possible, and so does Sid with the SMG11 to take out Fatar. Again, good recoveries coming in, but that recovery won't be enough because Sad Asib will just sprint his way all the way towards the attic side and claim 2 players on the side of RV. Look at that. MRCZ will claim yet another attack win in round 3, second floor kids dorms. Beautifully done from Hasib, and also good hold from Red Vipers. Both the smoke and the mute holding off the important angles as best as possible. One in which he was holding it towards the attic, and the second who was trying to hold out from games room. Unfortunate that if there was another player who was holding out that angle, maybe we would have seen Sid survive the attic side and see whether if Red Vipers could have held out that ground. Unfortunate that they couldn't have much more man count to defend on that particular site, and we will see Red Vipers go in on a different site, which will be on first floor meeting / kitchen, since they've successfully defended on basement, laundry, and supply room. They have to wait for 2 more rounds for it to end. I mean, they just have to wait for 2 rounds for that site to be unlocked again, so they will pick on first floor meeting. Quite surprising that I've never seen Red Vipers going for that same side yet again on round number 3. Actually, on round 4. I believe that they've made a decision to just keep on changing sides, no matter if we did win the site or not. They don't want to, you know, try it again, maybe try to adapt on what MRCZ is trying to put on their table, and they're just trying to figure out a way to just try to, you know, figure out a way to handle the sides, see whether if they could counter their attack positionings or maybe their attack coordinations one by one. It's going to be difficult for them to realize what exactly is happening on their end, but for now, we will see MRCZ, aka Snow, who is currently holding out an angle right from the window side of second floor kids, and so does Ayan, who will get an immediate access on the Harmony side. We don't see any, you know, contest, or should I say challenges being made from that particular angle, although there might be a player or two who is holding on second floor kids dorms. This is exactly where Sid is. Naughty Ashrit was also there on his end and decides to contest against Snow, but that backfired immediately as Snow will come in with a beautiful headshot through the wall to take out Sid, but under his consequences, his HP will be reduced, and MI7 is just trying to get back his attack drones. There you go. His attack drone will be recovered. He's going to use that breaching toss to open up the castle's armor pan, but instead it's just best to just use the grenade, which will take out both the jammers as well as the armor panel. MI7, who is apparently going very much aggressive in towards the attic side, but the C4 will come in from Nodi Ashret to take out Ayan right from below. Beautiful shot. Beautiful use of the utility to take out one, as Fatar does the same, taking out Eagle Eye, converting it into a 4v3. Wait a minute, what was that? Dark Lord gets himself down from that particular position right in towards the attic side, tries to fall back. He will succeed, but he is down nonetheless. MI7 is a bit much more worried. Look at that Cypher gone in towards the meeting side, and so does the activation to take out Dark Lord, and the final peak will come in from the Ash. Take out the final player on the side of Red Vipers. That is what we call it. No mercy on the side of MRCZ. Talk about Red Vipers, who were still trying to figure out their way to hold their ground as best as possible. But they could not. I mean, even Cypher was there for the cover, immediately realizing that MI7 will eventually make that push in towards the attic side. But that was a quick read from Maverick. And Red Vipers, they tried their best, but evidently MRCZ is 2 steps away on getting into the driver's seat, and unfortunate that Red Vipers couldn't get to find a chance to even get back into the front seat itself.
Well, no mercy, MRCZ. I believe we can all agree on that one, as they are 3-1 up. Attack on Oregon at that. Red Vipers, unfortunately, getting caught off on too many angles, too many positions, and being, a little bit all over the place, as it were. Although I feel like there's more at play than just that. They might want to play around with their operator selections, maybe where they go, which side they pick, and how they choose to play on that side, of course, are factors that we need to, think about as well. As we have a big blue bunker set up in the meanwhile, I think Mercenaries are going to see that and opt out of blue bunker anytime soon. But if they do, where do they go from there? They could go to the meeting hatch, they could come down to our stairs directly, they could come down Freezer, as well as the main stairs. Plenty of avenues to approach this site that is basement from. However, there are also issues with each and every push. Primarily, the stairs are massive choke points. Both stairs, tower stairs and front stairs, are massive choke points that the defenders can keep a very easy eye on. But wait a minute, Dark Lord, where are you going? Tower second floor. I feel like it was droned out, and he's been taken out as a result of that. Big first drop as the Jaeger will fall. It's a 5v4.
Already an early peak coming in from MRCZ, and that too it's from Snow. Taking out Dark Lord is going to put Red Vipers in a bit of a toll here. And guess what? The MRCZ have already gained control from Big Tower Stairs, and now they're slowly making their way in towards Basement Laundry, the place where Red Vipers are prepped and ready with the hold that MRCZ is going to go in for their push. They still need to worry about opening up the hatch, and this is exactly where the Thermite as well as the Maverick will come into play.
Definitely, as we have the meeting hatch being opened up nice and quickly by the Thermite, just like you said there, Baba. Sad to see getting that done as the timer ticks on. Minute 35 on the clock, as not much other headway has been made. Sure, meeting hatch is a big open, and with Dark Lord taking care of that, does open up a lot of play towards the roam, towards what would have been the roam of Red Vipers. We'll get that gone. Wait a minute, MI7! Oh! Say goodnight, Eagle Eye. That's going to be a beautiful headshot onto the Aruni. One more down. It's a 5v3. Red Vipers are just not feeling it. Why are you still towards Blue Bunker? Where are you going, Ashrit? Oh, dear me. That is not good. And there he goes.
Yep. Again, we see MI7 just taking out both of those players right from the hatch itself, and a C4, which in fact didn't really work out on Sid's side. And Fatar will take care of that opportunity once again. Sid goes down, and with it, Cypher, with the last man standing in towards the blue side. He still has the upper hand, misses the shot in towards the boilers. He will be forced to reload. The Vulcan shield.
Boom.
Boom goes the dynamite. Gonna happen for them, but for now we just have to go in for a pause timer being requested on the side of Red Vipers, with a total of 4-1 scoreline being laid out here for MRCZ and Red Vipers, who started to make some risky decisions here. Not quite sure making that risky decision was a welcome one, because again, they don't have any information into a construction site. And this is actually, you saw the Goyo, who just immediately went out for no reason, and they started to lose players right from the main stairs itself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as soon as Dark Lord went down on tower, that was the tower defense basically all gone already. And then you look forward into the round, MI7 taking down Eagle Eye. I feel like Eagle Eye was the one contesting from the line of sight inside of supply room, but then he shifted towards Boiler to take a bit more of an aggressive stance. MI7, probably read into that. I don't feel like MI7 saw him, but then again, we weren't really spectating MI7, so we can't necessarily tell. But I feel like MI7 read into that, took him out, and once that happened, without the necessary changes being made to their playstyle from Ushrith, from the smoke, who were still on blue bunker, which is a big question for me. You know that they're coming down tower stairs. Sure, you might not know about the freezer push just yet. Fine, I'll give you that, because nothing had happened towards freezer just yet. But you know that they're coming down tower stairs. You know that meeting hatch is open. Why are you just randomly running out of blue bunker to see if there's somebody there? There isn't going to be. Mercenaries have big advantages from coming down tower. They've already taken down your boiler room player, and they can just as easily come down freezer and come down laundry stairs. So that run out, I feel, was entirely unnecessary from Ushrith. And as a result, as soon as he came back, he tried to go back towards boiler to secure it. But by that time, meeting hatch had been, opened up like for a long time now, and it was being watched. And Ushrith just went down just like that, off the board. And it's those little mistakes that Red Vipers are making that Mercenaries is absolutely punishing them on. And that is something that I really hope to see Red Vipers, tackle a little bit better in these upcoming rounds. Sure, it's round 6, their last round on defense, and the way they're going, I'm not sure if Mercenaries on the defense is going to be losing any more rounds than Red Vipers have. So maybe not for map 1, but for map 2, they will need to look into this and try to change it around, try to see exactly where they went wrong, and shift perspective, shift their player presence accordingly, and try and win the rounds from there. Again, adaptations and improvisations go a long way in helping a team win any given match when it comes to competitive Rainbow Six. So I feel like Red Vipers have tons of room to work with on that. But at the same time, it could just be pressure. They're facing Mercenaries after all, and a Mercenaries who didn't have the best journey in the Nationals isn't exactly the least scariest Mercenaries, So I feel like we could probably cut them a bit of slack as well on that regard.
I mean, absolutely, Jack. I mean, talk about SN Nationals, in which MRCC didn't get the chance to, get get to the qualified phase. And Monkey Hunters, man, they are on a different streak. However, Jack, I mean, we saw them go up against EXT in the previous quarterfinals matchup, and I believe that was 2-0 to Monkey Hunters. This is like a different Monkey Hunter scene that we are seeing right now. The aggressive push right from map, on map Oregon when they went up against EXT was like very different to the Monkey Hunters we see way back in 2 to 3 days before. But yeah, talking about MRCZ side, yes, they've had a bit of a bumpy ride in the Nationals, but I do think that they're having a solid ride on the Esports Club Challenger Series too. So again, going up against Red Vipers, 4 attack wins in the first half is not an easy task for Red Vipers to immediately come back in the second half, because they'll be the one to come back in the attack again. And knowing how knowing how frightening MRCZ is on both attack as well as on defense, especially on a map like Oregon, and also this is Red Vipers pick on Oregon. So it's not going to be an easy task for Red Vipers to make an immediate comeback in the first half. But for now, we've got a confirmation saying that the match will resume back. So we will definitely not waste any time and resume round 6, where we see MRCC still on attack. It's just the final first half end round for Red Vipers, and hopefully it would be best for them to get this defensive win, so that they might have good recovery in the second half itself. As we reach to the prep phase, the site will be on basement laundry and supply room. So let's see what Red Vipers has in stores.
One more round. That's all the defense of Red Vipers has left. And if they can make good on this round, if they can make it 4-2 at the very least, then they will have managed to put a slight dent, a slight, pause on Mercenaries' momentum that they can then capitalize on going on the other half. But the issue with that, as we have pointed out before, is Red Vipers are going on to the attack. Mercenaries, on the other hand, they will be coming to defense, and defense on Oregon, as we have spoken on time and time again, is the side to be on, is the side that you want to play on because of how good it is for defenders, because of how Oregon flows for defenders as well. It just is a good defender-sided map. And it's sort of been that way for the longest time, even after the rework. I believe so a little bit more than a year ago at this point, which is quite interesting to me. Then the amount of Oregon we've seen has always made me feel like it's been here for more than a year, which is true if you count the non-rework version of it. But before rework, it was played a lot as well. Post rework, it's played practically every single game in BO3s, and when it comes to BO1s, it's like 90% of games are Oregon anyway. So it feels like it's been around for much. This version of Oregon has been around much longer than it actually has been, which is kind of a little weird. It's that little perception paradox of perception, if you will, that comes around to this map. I'm spinning a lot of words. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, teams, please, don't pick Oregon as much. I remember SA Nationals actually didn't have as much Oregon. I feel like I saw that in Music J's tweet over on Twitter, obviously. Which was great news for me. I was like, okay, looks like we finally have some non-Oregon matches being played. We might even get Bank. Look at naive me back on Sunday, huh? Actually hoping for Bank to be played in competitive Siege in South Asia. But hey, a man can dream.
Yep, a man can definitely dream to be the best of the best, Jack. And talk about MRCZ, they're almost in it to win it. And also, I believe Red Vipers also have the same determination. It's just that they're just getting picked off quite early, and it's very sad to see that Red Vipers, amidst numerous amount of chances that they're trying to counter MRCZ's attack push, it just isn't much enough. But hopefully with the push MRCZ is making right now, pushing towards construction, might be the chance where Red Vipers might come back. I believe I said too soon there. MI7 with the grenade to take out Eagle Eye. With the Mew taken care of, C4 will get tossed out from the Melusi, hoping that there might be an attacker who will, eventually make a drop down from security room. But guess what? That's a drop down right about now. A Cypher will deny that push. Yet another drop will come in towards the security side, whereas we see Fatah take out Dark Cloud, or making it a 4v3 with just 30 seconds left. We need to see whether if Red Vipers have what it takes to defend the side. And look at that, Ayan comes in to take out Cypher. But still, it isn't much more enough. C4 isn't there for the Melusi, and Hasib will gladly go in for the plan, and also the good amount of cover being made. Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
dear me.
Oh my goodness. That is...
He had it on the wall. I think he had it on
was
the wall.
Yeah, he was trying to make a rotate in towards the freezer side, but the how can I say this? The range of the C4 would have been best to just stay back a bit. Yeah, it is deceptively large. Yeah, that's the main reason why we got caught off. But yeah, on the bright side, we see MRCZ winning 5 defensive rounds, actually 5 attack rounds, and they are slowly getting themselves back on match point.
Hey, I've made that mistake before, so let's not be too hard on Naughty Usher. Yeah, folks, it happens when you have literally nowhere else to go, and you need to make a quick rotate, and all you have is a C4 in your pocket, and you toss it out. You bring up the old button cell phone, and you're about to dial the number to blow that wall to Kingdom Come. But you're low on HP, and you forget that C4s have the range of the sun. And then, you get sent to the sun, quite literally. It's happened, okay? I know that's a very specific description of a mistake with C4, but trust me, I've been there, and I know how it feels. I think a lot of us know how it feels.
Not enough sunscreen lotion.
Unfortunately, and a lot of us don't like how it feels either. So let's just not be too harsh on Arshad there, okay? As we move on to round 7, 5-1 for Mercenaries. They are 1 round away from match point and looking very strong at that, if I do say so myself. Red Vipers on the attack. Well, I would say that the ball's in their court, but I can't really tell if that C4 also took care of the ball that was supposed to be in their court as well. I mean, it is what it is. As we move into the action phase of round 7.
Yep, we are definitely not wasting any time at that at all, Jack. Second half, you see Red Vipers only winning one of the defensive rounds, and it is a lot of work for them to do at this point. And Eagle Eye, who's currently holding the angle from second floor kid's window, you even have Thunderbird bringing in the Kona station, which means that MRCZ is quite happy enough to go in much more aggressive pushes. And even if they do deal some, take even though if they did deal some damage to them, they would immediately go back to the station and put themselves back into full HP. So a bit much more worried about Red Vipers on their end, because MRCZ will more likely be happy to go aggressive, and the only thing that they can do is just gain information on what time they will go aggressive at that specific point. So it's a lot of it's take basically a yin and yang at this point. If they don't get much more information from the attack drones or from the Argus scans, that's exactly where you saw Nori Ashrit bring in. That's exactly what's going to happen. Ayan, 2 kills from second floor master bedroom. And yeah,
Right then.
very unexpected.
I mean, more so than just unexpected. I think it's a case of they were completely not ready. Wait a minute. Is that a frost from across the building? It is. Sid, i.e. Coffee, whom we have just, received information is Coffee, is actually trying, but oh dear me, there goes his teammate, but he will actually find one in the meanwhile, and that's the only one he's gonna get. Mercenaries, oh my goodness, the aggression from them is something else today. They really want to speedrun what's left of this game, don't they? Ayan, jeez. And speaking of names that have changed, folks, just like how I pointed out that Sid is in fact Coffee, we should also point out that Ayan is Mutasim. If you remember, he had the IGN of Mutasim, I believe, last week. So he's changed it only recently. I think right after the game we saw Mercenaries in the qualifiers last week. So yeah, it's a whole thing. We now have Sad Hasib, we now have Ayan, and we now have Sid instead of Coffee. But it is it's here. I'm not sure how relevant the information is, other than for call outs for both the players and us. But 6-1 map point for Mercenaries. They are very, very strong right now, and definitely not showing any mercy, as they are one run away from just winning out Oregon in a steamroll of a first map.
It was just chaos in that previous round, Jack. 2 kills from the Mozzie right from second floor master bedroom, and they had no idea on how to contest the angle. It's just very unfortunate that Red Vipers had to deal on the other end of the stick. But they still, I don't know. Do you still think that there's a chance for Red Vipers to come back, Jack?
I mean, you know me. I would never count out a good old-fashioned underdog story, right? Coming in from the brink of defeat and all that stuff. But
yeah,
unfortunately, this is not an anime. This is not a Netflix TV series about some, goody two-shoes protagonist. This is, Rainbow Six Siege, and the odds don't really, they can't really be tipped over that easily from a 6-1. So I'm gonna have to say I don't see Red Vipers coming back from this.
yeah, that is. I mean, it's just bad luck on their end, getting to go up against MRCZ, especially on their map pick. This was Red Viper's map pick at this point, Jack, and not being able to succeed in their own pick leads to MRCZ being even more guaranteed put themselves on the spot on the grand finals. But wait a minute, Sid, good read there. He'll be able to take out Fatah right from the spawn peak outside of garage. Ooh, look at that, another good read there from Sid.
Never mind.
Third time's the charm, and that will not happen because MI7 will take him out immediately.
I was gonna say, yeah. I was like, wait a minute, a third time? But nope, not against MI7. Sure, he might only have the Ayan. So close. He was so close to getting taken out there as well. Man, that would have been unfortunate for the Oryx, but it turned out more fortunate than ever before, as Mutasim right here is taken out the Ash. Eagle Eye off the board. It's 3v3. Now, he himself is half HP, which admittedly isn't the best position to be in, but then again, He's made, comebacks from worse pools of HP. Oh, wait a minute. No! Dark Lord went into that room, but he had no idea where the Oryx was. Gets taken down as a result. And now it's a 3v2.
Yep, a 3v2 again. Red Vipers, I have to admit, they're not giving up just yet. But the amount of aggression that Ayan is giving at this point really is definitely going to put themselves back down again. My goodness, the Oryx gets much more, and MI7 comes in with the cleanup. We will see MRCZ gladly win their round on basement, laundry, and supply room hold. We will see MRCZ win their first map on Oregon against Red Vipers 7-1. I mean, this is what you'd expect from an MRCZ map, obviously, because on the series map, on the first series itself, we did expect, MRCZ make a tremendous win on their two matches, which is on, on the quarters, on the semifinals. It was just, MRCZ just showing no mercy at this point. Great plays, great coordination, and also a good, fantastic hold from them. But although I wouldn't just give up on Red Vipers just yet, Jack. I mean, you even saw how well Sid, read it out, immediately realizing that MRCZ will go aggressive at some point. Most of the teams that you would see would continue their aggression, but MRCZ didn't do that. Immediately when they realized that they've lost two players on their end, they immediately came back from the side and they just decided to wait it up for the attackers to get in the building so that they could continue their bait. So all in all, a good plays from MRCZ, winning 7 rounds. And Red Vipers, unfortunate that they've only get to win 1 round, but still, it's a great attempt from them, and hopefully they won't give up on the second map, which will be on Chalet. But for now, we're just going to take a bit of a highlights and try to see what plays are we going to see, what mistakes are we going to see. I mean, at this point, this highlight is all about MRCZ, so it's just going to be some major 4Ks clips. Maybe MRCZ might be able to put themselves in the montage. Hopefully, they do so. Yeah. I'm just looking really at them at that point. Yeah, exactly.
But you never really know what these highlights can be used for. I mean, we know that the players sometimes like to record their own rounds, and like I pointed out yesterday with Jittery, who did actually end up uploading that clip of that clutch that he made, just like we said. But I'm not gonna take points for that prediction. He does that. He likes to do that, so let him do that as he wishes. But what I am trying to say here, folks, is that whenever we get these little clips, especially from the player's perspective, they are invaluable in seeing how they're coordinating in that specific situation. If you want to know how a team plays more so, from their level rather than from watching the stream, then you need to look at their social medias where they're uploading clips as well. Those clips are very, very, crucial for those sorts of juicy bits of info, and it's always nice to see just a couple of rounds here and there from a team's perspective, just to see what they were thinking, whether or not they were really chilling, vibing like we think they are, or whether they're in a bit of a hustle, in a bit of a hurry, and are trying to get things done with haste and all that stuff. That is what we love to see, and that is what we love to talk about here as well. Myself and Baba, I can tell you this much: we love to see what the teams are up to, and we love to keep up with them every now and again. All the banters over on social media. But enough about all that. As you can see in the highlights, there's not really much to talk about. Not much that we already didn't touch on. Already, the main consideration from the game is that while, yes, Coffee Sid did make some great reads onto Mercenaries in the last round that we just had, it wasn't really close to enough because the rest of the team wasn't really performing as well, and they weren't really all there. I feel like it was all a case of Red Vipers not really feeling themselves and maybe feeling the pressure just a little bit as well. So, it is what it is. Map 1 goes to Mercenaries, and they will go 1-0 up as we will move to map number 2, i.e. Chalet, with Mercenaries on the defense. But we're going to do that after a very short break. Stay tuned.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies. The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 2. Supported by Ubisoft here with the host, Blackjack and Baba Gusta, once again back for map number 2. We just got done with map 1 in the game between the Red Vipers and Mercenaries, and Mercenaries took map 1 Oregon in very, very defining fashion. 7-1 in the first map. Absolutely no trouble at all, other than that one map that one round that Red Vipers took. And now here we are on Chalet, map number 2 between both of these teams. That looks like it's going to get started very quickly indeed. So let's not waste any more time and get into the match ourselves, folks. The band phase is about to begin between Red Vipers on the attack, Mercenaries on the defense. So let's not waste any more time and get right into the match. Baba Gusta, what are you thinking? 7-1. Now Red Vipers are very much on the back foot. How do you feel they'll perform in map number 2?
Well, hopefully, Jack, I hope that Red Vipers would make a fantastic performance in the second map, but we're about to find that out after we finish the ban phase and also the action phase as well. Starting off, we will see MRCC ban Nomad on a map like Chalet, an interesting ban coming in from them, as usual as ever, and I believe we all know what's going to happen on the second attack ban. It is going to be none other than the Thatcher. Again, Thatcher is okay.
Nope.
All right.
There we go.
All right. Yeah. There you go. Finally, a match where I see Thatcher being available to play on a game of Rainbow Six Siege. How about that?
I mean, to be fair, Nomad and Flores probably take a little bit more priority, all things considered. But then, you also have the fact that Flores can't really deny utility through walls. So why is, Thatcher not banned? But at the same time, Thatcher's not banned. Hooray. It's a bit of a mixed bag for me because I don't necessarily, view Thatcher as someone who shouldn't be banned, but at the same time, I want to see him in play. I just want to see him in play just to see what teams would do with him, as Valkyrie and Mira will be banned on the other side nice and quickly. I mean, we've been over this. We know exactly why Valkyrie and Mira are banned as much as they are. Jesus, they are banned constantly. I feel like almost too much, if you will. But at the same time, understandably so. We've already gone over the rosters, folks, as Red Vipers are on attack, mind you. They're once again starting off on the advantageous side of Chalet, just like they started off on defense first on Oregon. But, history doesn't really show their performance all too favorably, so we might see a shift, a paradigm shift happen here. Maybe, maybe not, as we head into the first round.
Yep, with the first round coming in and also a 6 pick from MI7 as he switches from the Mute to the Bandit, we shouldn't have any more problems proceeding into the match right away. The first site will be on second floor master bedroom / office, a traditional way to start off the match immediately on a map like Chalet. It's interesting to see that Chalet is being brought up quite more than Clubhouse, and I've seen less amount of Clubhouse maps being picked around. Although, yes, we did get to cast the map on Clubhouse yesterday when we saw Valiance go up against, the previous match that we did get to see, right? Yeah. Valiance was Gamer Syndicate. Yeah, I almost forgot that name.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Having a bit of a tough time over there, aren't we? That's what happens when you don't hydrate often, folks. I've been telling Baba all day today, hydrate. You need to hydrate, but he refuses to listen to me.
It's just I get very excited when I cast matches
I
around.
mean,
Jack.
I get it too, but you know, you gotta hydrate. You gotta get some water down your throat.
I mean, it's so ironic when I was the one who just keeps saying to keep ourselves hydrated, but yeah, it just arrives quite at the opposite way.
It do be like that. Unfortunately, we have a bit of a disconnection coming in from Mercenaries. I see that MI7 has disconnected right at the beginning of the round, and it looks like a rehost has in fact been approved. So we're going to be coming back to us real quick, folks, so that we can continue the discussion on whether or not hydration is actually important for all of our viewers at home and for us here, as clearly I need to hydrate soon as well because my throat is about to run dry. But point notwithstanding, we have the disconnection from MI7, and since that happened in the middle of the round beginning, literally action phase began, and he disconnected. So I think there were some grounds for the Rios to happen right then and there, which it did, and with that, the first round has already come to a pause. What do you know? It's to be expected. It's South Asia Rainbow Six Esports, folks, but all in all, I feel like regardless of the rehost, it's not going to take that long. Mercenaries and Mercenaries and Red Vipers are pretty quick to join back in when they're not facing massive issues, and they're generally pretty punctual about it too. So, it's not going to be too long, folks. We're going to get back into the game, and unfortunately, we didn't get to see too much of that. I still want to see Thatcher. I want to see how Red Vipers puts him to use here, and I want to see what Mercenaries does about this, because they are going to be in a heaping helping of trouble if they don't counter Thatcher or try to counter him in slightly more varied ways than you would do with Flores, right? Oh man. Although, they could just be that they don't play him. I mean, that's a solid possibility. Have we considered that? I don't think we have.
I mean, we already did on first round, so we didn't get to see Thatcher being picked.
Right. Also note how we didn't even notice that Thatcher wasn't picked because we don't get to see him played.
Even after the rehosts, we see Mike Baker still having a cup of tea and just enjoying his retirement.
If he's not on the bench banned from the game, he's on the bench not being picked in the game.
I mean, technically Thatcher is like, well, I guess my services aren't required anymore. I'll just have a seat and try to, teach my other operators for their gadget use, and also hopefully make sure that they can have a very good day in a game of Rainbow Six Siege.
I mean, you know what he says, right? In terrorist hunts, he has a voice line where he's like, "I've been at this longer than you've been alive," and now it's like, okay, but those years are kind of getting wasted on the bench now, aren't they, old man?
Very unfortunate though for Mike Baker. I still remember back in his days where he still used to serve the SAS. He always said that a 6-inch blade never receives reception. Well, that
I think you mean never loses reception.
Yeah, never loses reception. There goes my English grammar. Hooray!
To be fair though, it would have to receive reception to lose it anyway, right? But so if it never receives reception, it doesn't have reception to lose. So you're not necessarily wrong, but it's not the quote. But you're not wrong at the same time,
I mean, the reason why I'm saying this is because he doesn't get to use his 6-inch blade because he doesn't get to play a lot. But still, anyways, with all the banter having around on why Mike Baker isn't being played on map Oregon or any other maps, we'll just head back in to our match Chalet, where we see Red Vipers go up against MRCZ. Red Vipers will be the one on attack, MRCZ on defense, and without having any delays, we'll just head back into the match right away. And also, it's just surprising to see that there is a box on the right side of.
I was gonna say, was that what the box doing?
I guess he's there to fill in Mike Baker. I guess I have no idea.
Oh my goodness! It's gotten to a point where a box has taken the place of a full-blown operator. But good news, folks, I could actually see Ashrit playing Thatcher this round. Finally, the return of the geriatric king, as Thatcher is going to be in play for this round. I want to see what they do with him. I want to see how he's used really. So if we could get some extra highlights on the Thatcher player right there, observer, that would be great. But let's just push out of our obsession with Thatcher at this point. I think it's we've gotten to the point of it's like an obsession that we have with Thatcher. It's nothing really like that, folks. It's just that we miss him. Right? He's been here for so long and he's been such a big mainstay of the game. But then suddenly the first other attacker comes in with similar utility, and then boom, Thatcher bans skyrocket because teams just don't want to play him anymore. And what do you know? Even in maps where he's not banned, people don't play him. But here we are with Nadia Ashwit actually having the AR-33 as well. Breach charges, interesting decision for Thatcher. But oh, wait a minute, Fatah's going to take a ton of damage, and he's going to get one and get taken down in return. Cypher comes in, but here comes... oh boy, here comes Hasib. Not so sad with that kill. He's going to be quite happy with that. Dark Lord off the board. It's a 4v3.
Well, party's already started for MRCZ as Fatar gets one. Hasib gets the other right from Trophy's hatch. And now, it's still good news that the Thatcher is still alive. Although the EMPs will help him to disable some of the important utilities, but the main problem is that the harder breacher should be with him, and that should be Cypher. Still has the Excaros pellets, and I believe the site is still on second floor master bedroom, so it should be better for him to head in towards the balcony side of office entrance, so that he'll be able to open up the walls nice and easy. Although they still need to worry about the players on the side of MRCZ, and Eagle Eye currently rappelling in towards the windows of second floor master bedroom. He still needs to worry about the run out at the entrance side of basement wine cellars. That's the main problem that the Ash needs to take care of, and there's quite a lot of breach charges that has been brought around on the side of Red Vipers. They could use that vertical lines of sight, or maybe try to open up soft walls in nearby areas which can be easily be able to proceed. But I really don't think that Red Vipers are going to do that, but instead they're just going to use a different entryway. Maybe they'll just head in towards the library side.
Maybe, but you can already see a couple of operator shadows headed towards this window here in Piano, and there goes Eagle Eye. Somebody just goes running right past his line of sight, and then comes the Thunderbird, and here comes the Jaeger. It's everybody peeking everybody, and Red Vipers is coming off. Unfortunately, not in the advantage there. Cypher will, however, find one. A much-needed kill. MI7 goes down. His position, however, is now given away. Iron knows where he is. The Thunderbird knows where he is. That is Snow, of course, and Hasib knows where he is as well. I don't think you can quite describe Hasib's current predicament as sad, but he's gonna be sad that he wasn't the one to get that kill. It was the Jaeger. Iron gets that kill, finishes off the round, and that's gonna be round one going in favor of Mercenaries, continuing that aggressive streak from the previous map. Going into map 2, already 1-0 up. They have all the confidence they need in the world to really bring this one home. That is what we are looking at. They might just be able to bring it home entirely, ladies and gentlemen. And that is, that is something that they would like. Red Vipers, not so much so. I think their name would then change to Sad Red Vipers. But let's not get ahead of ourselves as we move to round 2 with a 6-pick from Hasib out of the mute into the Mozzie for Bar and Gaming Room.
Jack, I guess the box is the reason why we get to see whether RV is sad or not.
How so?
I mean, it's just an empty box. All you have to do is just fill in the blanks. Since
with their
it's
tiers?
Here's the thing. Not by their tiers, alright? Like, if it is a sad RV, there has to be the box on the left side. But it's on the right side. So there has to be something like RV wins, or should I say RV succeeds. So there is high likely a chance that RV can win map Chalet. And according to the boxes which has been on the right side, that there is high likely a chance that can happen.
10 seconds.
I mean, to that extent, you're not actually wrong, surprisingly enough.
Aha!
I mean, what am I supposed to say to that? All things considered. But you're not necessarily wrong if we take that box as an indicator of how Red Vipers is feeling. But at the same time, I don't think they're going to be feeling all too good after round 1. But, yeah, it's only the first round. I say that all the time. It's only been the first round or the first 2 rounds. things can change very quickly indeed. Ian's got to be careful though, going up the solarium steps. Oh boy, Seeb, where are you? He's right in front of that window. Look at him. No fear whatsoever. At least no fear for a long time. And he's still there, by the way. Spotted by the drone. Doesn't matter. He's going to be running all over the place and finally going to get punished for it. Cypher will shut him down. And there goes a Seeb. A little unfortunate that he had to go down that way. But he was trying to escape to the bathroom rather than contest anybody. But it was still very risky. Too risky. And unfortunately, he did end up facing repercussions for that. Eagle Eye takes a bit of damage. Still alive, though. That's what matters for Red Vipers, who now have a advantage in terms of the man count.
Well, man count for Red Vipers and drone works from the attackers is working out well in their favor. Although Haseeb is definitely going to, not going to be happy about that, because he just got himself cornered on the second floor master bedroom and even on the Solstice stairs. I believe that's the name of the place that it's in, but yeah. That's exactly it is. So for now, we'll be able to see Dark Lord use the Gemini replicator to get useful information or try to take out the Aruni Surya gates. With a minute and 20 seconds left, and the attackers almost nearing towards the site, they just have to use some. Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness!
The grenade almost bounced off towards Eagle Eye. I'm just glad he just didn't get caught off in the process. But with just a minute left, I have no idea on what RV is going to offer to us.
Well, that apparently, there goes Ian, 5v3 now, and Eagle Eye, the one who had that botched grenade not too long ago, is the one to take that kill, fittingly enough. Now it's all up to Snow on second floor. He's there, he's MRCC's last player upstairs anyway. Fathar's gonna take a ton of damage, but so is Sid. This fight's happening in the kitchen. MI7 goes down to Eagle Eye in the meanwhile. Unfortunate, it's all now down to the 5v2. Snow and Fathar, how far can they really go here? Beautiful shot by Snow. He's actually gonna drop down in time, and it's a 3v2 because Fathar has found one more. Things are looking very much on the up and up as Mercenaries take kill after kill. Snow, that is, takes kill after kill, and suddenly it's a 1v2. Cypher, the last one standing on the library balcony. What just happened? And there we go. The P10 Roni is gonna come out and get the final kill as well. Beautifully done. That was what, a 2v4, I think, for the side of Mercenaries. 2v4 or 2v5 even, I think. Oh man, that grenade could have gone so wrong for Eagle Eye. Excuse me, there was actually a 3v5 at the very least until the kills started coming in for Mercenaries. There we go. Snow had a lot to say, but even then, he and Fathar were the only ones remaining for their team, and they did such great work in the meanwhile to continue keeping the rounds in Mercenaries' favor. Red Vipers are going to be livid with themselves after that one as we move into the third round.
Oh boy, Red Vipers. They've tried so hard to take out Haseeb right from that second floor. And yet, even with that huge advantage they had getting the control room towards the hallway, they've had control on library. Snow was the one who just immediately decides to take his snowboard and take a trip to the Himalayas. Because that's exactly what happened. Just an easy trip to the Himalayas. He's just snowboarding his way. It's just an amazing time from him to be alive. And look at that quad kill on his end. That's great on his end. I mean, 2v4, NMRCZ makes a miraculous recovery on their end. And yeah, talk about Red Vipers. They've made so much work, and yet it is still not enough for them to, get that win on round 2.
You never really know what's gonna happen here, to be fair. But Mercenaries are definitely, making a solid argument for that, as MI7's gonna go hide in a bush. That bush is a little too small, though. I don't think MI7 knows that. He's gonna have to be, he's gonna have to find a larger one. I think that used to be like a large piece of foliage in old Chalet, but of course this is new Chalet. It's been thoroughly reworked, and despite flowing very similar to how it used to, it's this version of Chalet is actually a lot more fun to play in, I would argue. Sure, you'll have defenders of old Chalet, but this Chalet I like a lot more, personally speaking. It's just a matter of preference, folks, don't worry. As we will now continue into round 3, farther into the action phase. No kills being taken just yet, but you can see that Red Vipers is being a little careful, I would say, of the aggression that Mercenaries has displayed in the first couple of rounds here, and trying to play it a little bit safer, trying to drone themselves up a little more. C4 goes up, but that's not going to find anyone, unfortunately, for Snow. As he moves out towards the trophy window, just a few pre-fires here and there. He's still just as safe as he would otherwise be. Shots fired. He saw the feet of the Thatcher for a second as flashbangs are going out above him. He's pushed up awfully close to this window. He might actually be able to get away with a jump out or two. He doesn't know exactly where the Thatcher is, but it doesn't matter. Eagle Eye's going to go down upstairs. That's going to be from Ian. The first kill is taken by Mercenaries, only to get refragged. There goes Ian, and the kills and the body counts have been equalized.
Well, it's equalized at least on round 3, and MRCZ is currently just chilling out on their site. No roam presence currently into a second for master bedroom. Actually, there is actually 2 players from that particular angle, and here comes Fatah. Look at this from him, taking out Eagle Eye. Oh boy, Dark Cloud was there to go for that cover, and a beautiful use of that vertical line of sight to take out one more player on the side of MRCZ. And again, we see an equalizer, but that gets denied immediately. A 1v1 where MI7 is the last man standing, and guess what? It is our dear boy Mike Baker, aka Thatcher, to see whether if he could make this clutch alive. Naughty Ashrit, he has a lot of work to do. He needs to get the diffuser back. He needs to go in for the plant, and guess what? MICZ, actually, I just cannot believe I said MICZ. MI7 into a Solstice stairs. Solarium stairs. He has the upper hand, Jack. He has a diffuser in hand.
Oh, yeah.
And Naughty Ashrit, he is in a bit of a pain.
That he is. He doesn't exactly know where the Jaeger is. And MI7, wait a minute, does he not know that the Thatcher's already gone up? You gotta look behind it. Where are you looking? MI7, what do you mean? What do you mean?
That's the power of Thatcher, Jack.
He literally just turned a blind eye. That's not even a metaphor. I'm saying that literally. He literally turned a blind eye to the Thatcher pushing up the Solarium stairs. Bruh. Okay. It is what it is. We seem to have taken a bit of a pause in the meanwhile. And hey, credit where credit is due. Ashra does get, the 1v1 right there and secure the round for his team, putting Red Vipers on the board. More so than that, Red Vipers also, Thatcher also finally gets to do something in competitive Rainbow Six after what feels like an eternity at this point. But hey, good on him. Good on the old man. He's still, there's still some, energy left in the old man. I feel bad for calling him an old man, but I think he's 60, pushing 60s at least, right? Or something like that. I forget his age, but that's how old he is. He's ancient, folks. He's got dust coming off him every time he moves in this match. But other than that, jokes aside, not a bad round for Red Vipers, but I'd say it's more that Mercenaries were being a little bit too fast and loose with their own playstyle to really do much with the kind of advantages they would have been presented with otherwise. Red Vipers still made the mistakes that we have seen from them in this match so far, but I will say that Mercenaries probably played it a little worse than they should have and ended up losing the round to them. Anyway, that's also, similar to how they lost that one round to Red Vipers on Oregon in the previous game. So all things considered, things are repeating to a degree, but it's a fun kind of repeat. We're getting to see weird instances like whatever happened with MI7 in that previous round situation. But hey, sometimes you just want to look at the plants. Sometimes you just want to do a bit of gardening while there's the imminent threat of losing your life to a British person right behind you. But as they say, turning around and shooting said British person might be a bit rude, wouldn't it? But it's not a Tuesday, folks. It actually is a Tuesday. But I'm not gonna say it. We've done too many accents on this on the B&B show already. As we've got the ready confirmation coming in from both sides in the meanwhile. So let's just jump back into the match and completely ignore everything I said in the last 5 minutes. Hey, Baba, what do you feel about Red Viper's chances?
Very excited, Jack. I'm just really excited to see Red Vipers, especially Nodi Ashrit, made his good clutch, I guess. I mean, like in the previous round, I got myself confused saying, MICZ instead of MI7. So, yeah, it's just rhymes along, Jack. It's just rhymes along. I tried to control it, but the tongue twisters. That's the main challenge that we have to deal with, Jack. Don't you think?
Well, I mean, it is what it is, you know. Things tend to happen, and then things don't tend to happen, and then you try to control yourself, but then you don't, and then you end up saying weird things on a Tuesday. As we
Like
now move in.
MICZ.
Exactly. As round 4 will now start up. It's a 2-1 still for Mercenaries, of course. They are, still going relatively strong, relatively, well, I would say. As Red Vipers, on the other hand, still have to try and improve their standing in this match, in this round. I feel like they do have a chance of that. I feel like a 2-2 we might end up seeing. But at the same time, the chances of that chance of Red Vipers, taking hold of that chance and making it a 2-2 is a little bit on the lower side. Now, which chance is low, I'll never tell. I said too many chances in that one sentence alone. The chances of me saying that many chances were quite high as we move, continue into round 4. I don't know why I'm constantly saying that we move into rounds this much. I don't need to, but I kind of have to fall back on a sentence when I'm coming back to commentate the game. So it is what it is. I am on the mezzanine balcony right now. Just, oh, wait a minute. We also have a Tachanka. I just noticed. Sad Asib with the Tachanka. Why would you be sad with the Tachanka out? Baba, explain this to me. Why would you be sad with the Tachanka?
Well, why would I be sad with Tachanka? I seriously have no idea. Maybe he had some issues with the Shumika's launcher, and maybe he's just trying to comfort the launchers and say everything is all right. I'm not sad with you or anything. But for now, let's just put the jokes aside and see the first frag where we see Sid take out MICZ. No, it's MI7, Baba, not MICZ. As we
You were
see
about to say it
the
again.
frag coming in from their end as well, and looks like another kill will come in from Sid. There you go, double kill for Sid. And look at that, RV is just trying to pick themselves back up with the Changa taken care of. Just 2 players on the side of MRCZ. We did witness a 2v5 clutch. Can it happen? That's the biggest question that I have to ask for our dear fans right around there. MRCZ is currently facing a bigger end of the stick, using the bait to his full attempt, but that will get ignored because Eagle Eye and Dark Lord immediately comes in to take out Fatar and Snow, and there you have it. A flawless win coming in from Red Vipers, equalizing it 2-2, and now we know why we see a Sad Tachanka in that series.
Well, I guess now, Hasib can stand up to his name of Sad Hasib, Sad Tachanka. But it's a 2-2 in the meanwhile, so not all is lost, and Chalet is an attacker-sided map, so a couple of rounds for Red Vipers makes total sense. They can still bring it back. Mercenaries can still continue taking the lead. All they have to do is win a couple more rounds. It should be no big deal. It should be a piece of cake, right? A cakewalk. They can bake their cake and eat it too, and I'm all out of metaphors. As we have the 6-pick going out from Sid, out of the IQ into the Lion. Looks like we have a little bit of Lion play coming out. The last round, we also saw some good bit of Lion play from Red Vipers. And now we have a little bit more Lion play coming out in this round as well. Round 5 sees us go back to second floor master bedroom in the meanwhile from Mercenaries, who are just, trying out a variety of sites, trying out, what works and what doesn't as they, consolidate their ideas and strategies, I guess, for whatever comes after this game. They still have, of course, nationals to contend with. They still have, should they win here, tomorrow, semifinals, and then potentially the finals or the third place game, whichever one they end up going to as well. So there's quite the, excuse me right there, quite the amount of things that they have to test out in that experiment, while also taking games here, which puts their work list at a fairly large length. But overall, I'd say that Red Vipers might be able to add a few more things to that. For instance, take the lead, make a comeback, win map 2, and not let Red Vipers go, 1-1 up into the third map, putting more pressure on us as we move farther into round 5.
Yep, round 5 is exactly where we see Red Vipers might come back. With the equalizer coming in on map Chalet, things might be a bit difficult for MRCZ to contest. Although we do see some major changes being made, and Fatar, who is currently going very aggressive and towards the bathroom side window, he even hears the attacker repelling in from that particular place. So he's just gonna give information for now and just wait for the attackers to make that play. And look at that eagle eye right from below, and so does the Lions EE1D. Only thing that they need is proper confirmation of their kills. They have information, they have so much information on their table. They just need to get the confirmation, in which it is going to be a bit difficult for them. But there you go. Snow comes in, takes out Lion, and apparently Sid can only just lie around, if you know what I mean.
Well, he's going to be lying around for the rest of the round, as it were. But it is what it is. You don't always perform in every single round that you can, but you might want to. You might want to step it up just a little bit more, Sid. However, this round again, it's not going to be his round, so to speak, as we are going to be continuing to see a lot of gunfights. Wait a minute, was that somebody extremely close to the bathroom window? I think it was a shotgun at that too. But oh, wait a minute, Snow and Iron are gonna take so much damage. Where was that from? From the trophy side. Eagle Eye is gonna take that kill happily. So Iron miles away from the building, and that is going to be the first body down for Mercenaries, as they have been equalized upon. Wait a minute, Snow, does he suspect somebody chasing him down? The Jackal scan is coming in, but MI7 is going to go down, but there is a trade instantly. A kill taken back, and another Red Vipers losing bodies yet again. It's a 3v2, and Mercenaries are the ones in the lead. Fatar and Hasib have full HP here, which means it's a pretty big advantage, but I was going to say Usher nearly had it too. He would have probably had the kill, but wait a minute. This Solarium Stairs player might just get pressured if he's not careful. Eagle Eye has to be careful, though. He's going to get taken down. And there comes Fatar with the kill onto Naughty Ushrit. That is going to be, once again, Mercenaries holding on despite the killbacks being taken by Red Vipers. And I have to say, going into the 3-2 of round 6, it's Red Vipers once again who are, probably going to be facing a lot more trouble if things keep going this way.
Absolutely, Jack. And talk about Red Vipers, losing one of their players in the early round. That would have been a huge dent, especially on the early rounds itself. And talking about MRCZ, who just went in for a very quick run out from the entrance side, immediately Eagle Eye realized what was happening, and they immediately shut down their aggressive plays. So maybe MRCZ might not do most of their aggressive picks. They'll just only go in for run outs or spawn peaks, especially if they wanted it to, especially if they have perfect information on where exactly the play's location are. And immediately there is highly a chance where Red Vipers might be able to win one. Oh, Cypher. Oh boy. Quite unfortunate that it had to happen, and I believe a rehost will be asked. So let's see if this rehost is going to be accepted or not. Since we are still on prep phase, and rehost can be approved, and there you go. Rehost will be approved from the admins, which means that we have to resume back on round 6, being the site on first floor bar and gaming room. But we just have to wait for a total of 10 or 15 minutes while we come back with the game. But for now, we just, you guys are stuck with us.
Okay. But I feel like we're not probably in for a 10-15 minute rehost, right? We shouldn't be. I'm hoping. But like we said before, these two teams aren't really the type to take long, especially if they're not facing major issues. So I just kind of had to jump in and put that in there. Now, I hope that in saying that, I haven't jinxed the rehost so that it now does take 10-15 minutes. And then if that does happen, y'all can pin the blame on me. I'll think of something.
Mm-hmm. And you already thought about it?
No, I'm thinking.
Oh, you're still thinking. All right.
Maybe what did you expect? I'm not Professor X. I can't think of a solution with it like that. How does that work? How does Professor X work?
I mean, it's just It's just a huge question, though. We absolutely have no idea on how Professor X works.
I mean, I can tell you one way how it works.
How?
Wolverine's out on a mission, and he just telepathically wants a pizza. He just gets Wolverine to get the pizza. Yes, I just referenced an age-old meme. What are you gonna do about it?
And I mean, you do know that there's an app for it, right?
I mean, there's many. Which one are you talking about?
Well, we're not going to talk about that for now. But for now, let's just talk about MRCZ and Red Vipers as we talk about Map Chalet. MRCZ, again, currently being the one on lead, and Red Vipers are the one who asked for the rehost. And just like Jack said, it's not going to take around 10 or 15 minutes. It'll just
Hopefully.
be 2 or 3. And hopefully, if that does not happen, Jack said that he actually thought about it, but I believe he's still thinking about it, aren't you?
Yeah, I already said that.
Oh man. Anyways, but yeah, talking about Red Vipers, I do have to admit, on round 3 and round 4, they've made some quite miraculous plays on the attack side, bringing in the Lion, bringing in the Jackal. They've decided to get more information into their table and decided, we have information, we know exactly where the players on the side of MRCZ are. We'll just go in for the execute, and they did exactly that. They did it even on round 5 as well. It was just that MRCZ was too quick on their feet to take out the other side in the late round itself. So I believe that that should be Hasib who brought in the Aruni, and did made quite a lot of work for him. And I believe what he did was, especially on the mid rounds, is just wait for the Jackal to waste most of his utilities. The same thing can be said to Lion as well, who evidently got caught off from Snow with that early peak. It was quite unfortunate for him to get picked off quite early, because if that EE1D was still present at that time, it would have forced the defenders to just stay put at one particular position and not go in for the flank. So it's a very good tool. It will eventually waste a lot of time for the roamers to get back into the place exactly what he'd hoped for. And it's actually a good tool for Lion to at least try to pinpoint his particular place, so that the attackers could rush into his place and just eliminate him once and for all. So Lion, I wouldn't say that he's out of the game just yet. He is still a viable operator to pick, but you still have other operators such as the Dokebi, you have the Jackal, and not to mention you still have Zero with the Argus camps, which gives you live information right from the main stage. He's just basically Valkyrie at this point. The Argus camp, you just shoot at it from long range, you have information. It's just all you need in a day's work for the attackers to get the job done. It's just that they also need some hard breachers too to open up lines of sight. That's the reason why you see Thatcher being brought up. You even have, although I would say that we don't get to see a lot of hard breaches being brought up from Red Vipers, it is just Thatcher. You even have the sledge being brought up because of the nades, because you obviously need to open up that deployable shield and whatnot. So it, all in all, Red Vipers are doing what they can to neutralize the situation, but MRCZ, they're it's just the adaptations that they've had. It's always catching Red Vipers off guard, and they have absolutely no idea on how to counter it.
I mean, yeah, I feel like Red Vipers are definitely getting caught off in ways that Mercenaries, fully knows how to exploit, but Red Vipers don't as much. So it's gonna take a little bit for Red Vipers to really adapt to that. And I feel like now that they're gonna be going into defense very soon, on the other half of round 6, i.e., round 7, so to speak, they're just gonna have to, hope to catch Mercenaries when Mercenaries are on the attack. But it is an attacker set map, i.e., Chalet, so they might not even be able to do that, ladies and gentlemen. But in the meanwhile, thankfully, we have not goofed the rehost. It is, in fact, all the players are ready. They're all in. We've all got the ban history and round history set. So we're going to be going live with the game as well as soon as we confirm that everything is, in fact, in proper order. Yes, it's supposed to be round 6, and yes, the bans should be in there. There we go. So let us join the players right back into the match here and now. 3-2 is the scoreline going into the 6th round, as a first floor bar will be the site of choice coming in from Mercenaries. Once again, you have the Frost, you have the Thunderbird, the Aruni, the Wamai, and the Jaeger, all the denial, and not as much heavy utility as you would normally see. It's more of a case of denying what the attackers can bring in, right? And Frost traps, of course, we all know the drill. You ever see somebody get trapped in a frost trap? All you gotta do is put Pogmat in the chat, folks. We're gonna be we're going to be looking out for those if we get one. I think we got one yesterday on Chalet as well in the Monkey Hunters game. That was a nice moment. As all things considered, again, I've mentioned this before, but I am such a fan of Frost being put more into competitive play, being used more as an operator because of sure, it's not necessarily because of her gadget, it's more so to do with that she has a secondary shotgun and a deployable shield, and her traps, it doesn't hurt that her traps, every now and again have the chance to just completely annihilate a player for pretty much free. It's like one Frost trap. It's not even an ADS or a my magnet that you're losing, or even a Surya gate for that matter. It is just one little half carpet on the floor that suddenly snaps your shins in half, and you gotta get some unfortunate leg work done after that one. But hey, enough about the logistics about Frost's mat, as now all we have to do is see how Red Vipers responds to this 3-2 situation.
Yep, that's exactly what. Oh my goodness, Fatar.
Right then.
What did you just do? What did you just do? You just did not headshot Eagle Eye right from long range in towards basement point cellar. Nobody ever does that, and he does it so well. And he just immediately catches us off guard, but immediate refrag will come in from Sid as he takes out MI7. A beautiful grenade there from Darklaw to put out Snow, which puts Red Vipers back on track. Again, looking too good as Fatar will fall back to the site safely as ever. But look at that, so much attack drones coming in to give vital information as a C will take out one, but he will give away his position right into towards mezzanine hallway. So things might not look too good for MRCZ as an EE1D will come in again. Hopefully they'll be able to catch one or two operators off guard. Flashbangs come in, so does the grenade. They still don't have information that Fatar has eventually did dropped in from first floor bar, so I believe Red Vipers doesn't have that information just yet. So with a minute and 30 seconds left, Red Vipers needs to make a push, and they've made a decision to push in towards library. But is this advisable?
Well, that is, it seems like it is, as a couple of kills come out from Usher. Then Dark Lord, that's going to leave Iron the last one standing. He knows there's somebody towards the main lobby area, and there we go. The ping's going to come in, and the kill will come in a little later than expected, but Iron does get that one. He's going to use an impact to open up a line of sight, give away his position as well. Shots fired towards him, but wait a minute, Dark Lord has been downed. How so? Seems like that was a little bit of friendly fire. Can it be undone? Cypher's going to get the plant off. In the meanwhile, it's a 1v2 post plant, and looks like Dark Lord isn't being picked up just yet. There's somebody sitting right on the diffuser, and there's not much Iron can do about that. The impact goes out. That, again, not going to find anyone off of that. Does he know where they are? No, not quite. Didn't know that Cypher was sitting on the diffuser this whole time, and that's going to be the reason, the operator that is, that takes down. Wow, my good round from Red Vipers, despite the early, success that Mercenaries saw. That was all, literally. It was a 1v4 that Iron found himself in, and he did manage to get, the Thatcher, credit to him. But even then, in the 1v3, there wasn't much he could do, being caught outside of sight towards kitchen. With all that being said, it's a 3-3. Red Vipers putting up a much better fight here than they were on Oregon map 1. As round 7, we'll see them, Red Vipers, go on the defense and Mercenaries go on the attack.
Well, this is actually good for Red Vipers. Equalizing it 3-3 in the first half immediately resets the entire match itself. I wouldn't say a reset. It's just that it's just equalized 3-3. All they have to do is just, play around 6 more rounds again to see whether who will be in the lead. I'm talking about MRCZ currently being the one on attack with the role swap being given. Red Vipers might be able to win this map by themselves unless and until they have some major change being made from MRCZ's attack itself. And talking about the optics again, on the defensive side, we have Eagle Eye bringing in the Aruni Surya gates, we have Cypher with the smoke, and also we see Sid bringing in the Frost welcome mat. It's just that it's been a while since we've seen a trap being worked out in the defensive side's favor. It's just that it's very rare to see those being made. But that's not exactly why you bring Frost in the first place. You bring Frost because of, one, having a secondary shotgun, and also you have a deployable shield, which is very important for the defenders to be holding a particular angle. So having Frost being brought up, having that important utilities which have been placed on the defensive side, worries MRCZ a lot because they need to use a lot of utilities to destroy them in the first place. So that's the main reason why you see MI7 bring in Zero. You have the Gun 6, you even have 4 Argus camps to give information as well to indicate where exactly those ADS's positionings are so that they can just immediately remove it as best as possible. But with the action phase coming in and with MRCZ making their push, what will be their next move?
What will it be? Oh, what will it be? As we have verticality being established by Fathar from above, the Buck doing what a Buck does, just trying to weed out some lurkers, you know, get them out of here as soon as he can, so that his team can advance through the entire building as a whole. So in the meanwhile, of course, he's seen exactly where the where the shield is on top of the library stairs. Cypher is just sitting here defending this front. There we go. Gas grenade will go out, but Eagle Eye is going to find one. That's going to be a big one as well. Hasib off the board. That's not a good way to start off. Not at all, folks, as we have the thermite gone. EMP is going to come out from the Thatcher nice and quickly to allow the shield to be taken care of. Has it been? I don't think so. I think a Womai Magnet picked up that Ash breaching round. As in the meanwhile, Eagle Eye has finally been taken care of. MI7 goes and does the job, making it a 4v4 in the last minute 10.
Already we see yet another equalizer coming in from Red Vipers as they take out Hasib. That's a thermite which was heavily required to open up the hatches and also an entryways. But we see Snow trying to bait out the defenders as he's trying to use out the drone, but it's not going to work out well, so he's just going to use the drones to give them information nonetheless. But you still have Ayan bringing in the Thatcher. Those EMPs was put to use to take out that ADSs. Look at that shot. MI7, the SC 2000K. The beautiful headshot to take out Naughty Yashudai from the stairs. It's going to put MRCZ a good spot for now. With 2 players taken care of. An RV, all 3 of them holding towards the side. One of them still in the blue stairs, holding that deployable shield, which in fact is still alive thanks to the Womai's magnets. Is still a very crucial hold for Red Vipers to look at, but you still need to be careful of the Buck, which should be Fathar, who's already slowly making his way towards the side, and Sid immediately realizes that, and he's going in for the attack nonetheless. Cypher takes out Snow again, a big drop coming in from RV as an equalizer will come in as well for them. Cypher taking so good amount of damage as well, but they need to go in for the plant. Will it happen? The down will come in. They need to go in for the defuse, but it's too late. Because there is one more player right from the connectors of both bar and gaming room that was providing a lot of tension for MRCZ, and looks like Team Red Vipers gladly get that win on first floor bar and gaming room, putting themselves back in the lead. 4-3 will be the scoreline as we proceed to the next round. Second floor, first floor kitchen. Yep, there you go. First floor kitchen / dining room will be the side, and also quite a lot of utilities being placed around that, Jack. I mean, 3 ADSs. All of Womai's magnet needs was being placed right at the blue stairs, and it actually worked out for them.
I have to say, that actually was a very interesting round between Red Vipers and Mercenaries. MRCZ, hello, what is going on? Now, I have to say, you know, the the diffuser drop wasn't necessarily the biggest issue of the round. I feel like it's more of a case of Mercenaries themselves were probably a little slow to adapt and improvise the same way that they normally do in when, you know, a side is really into that half, when, you know, you're at like round 9-10, around those times. That's when Mercenaries works really well on the other side of the half of the game. But here, they were just, you know, trying to see what Red Vipers is up to. They were trying to read into their opponent. Unfortunately, Red Vipers wasn't really doing the things that you would expect that a, you know, team that has just gone into the defense to do. At least that's how it looked like to me. And that's why we see the current situation being what it is, RVZ being the ones in the lead. Good from them, though, because that sort of unpredictability is really good for a couple of rounds. Not too much, though. You know, you try to be too unpredictable after a couple of rounds, and then suddenly you end up with a situation where you might not actually be doing yourself any favors by trying to be spontaneous and unpredictable. As for the time being, all they have to do, all Red Vipers has to do, is make some changes here and there, try to make sure that they don't fall into a trap of being repetitive, and as soon as they do that, as soon as they have Mercenaries, you know, guessing as to what to expect, that is when Red Vipers can really, truly win rounds. They did good in round 7, but there are factors that go into that round that are more than just what RVZ did. But round 8 onwards, that is when the true test of their playstyle lies.
Playstyle is exactly what you heavily require, because you don't have that. It's very difficult for them to handle it. But for now, we will see Pulse's cardiac sensors giving useful information for now. Thanks to Nodi Ashray, who's currently holding on from first floor kitchen. We have a lot of electric claws which is being placed, which will get denied nonetheless from the Thatcher's EMP. Easier said than done. They'll open up the wall into a second floor master bedroom. And now they just have to worry about opening up first floor kitchen. So you have another... You still have another exothermic charge. You also have the Thatcher's EMP. That's the reason why Thatcher gets banned 100% of the time, because that's how easy you can open up those lines of sight in such quick fashion. One EMP and one exothermic charge will do the trick for the attackers to breach up and open up lines of sight. And guess what? You have a lot of time to take care of. 1 minute and 14 seconds left. And with the Red Vipers having good amount of cover, let's see how well that they will gladly hold on to it, as we see Hasib gets the first frag taking out Dark Lord.
That's a big one right there. Dark Lord on the board, but they still need to get that pulse out of there. Nadi Ashray playing with a shotgun inside of sight is not going to be doing them any favors whatsoever. So they need him off the board, and they need probably Cypher as well. The smoke taken care of as soon as possible. Anybody who could deny the plant needs to be killed here and now, and Mercenaries knows this. Flashbang's going out. As is going to take a bit of damage, but wait a minute. Hasib's already going in for it. Is he going to get denied? Doesn't seem like it. Cypher can't really move out, as the gas grenade will do some damage, but it's clearly not enough. Mercenaries gets another kill. That's Cypher of the board, and Ashray has to come in close with a shotgun, but he can't. There's no room to work with. Ian comes in alongside Fatar. Fatar with the double as well to finish off the round on second floor, as first floor was entirely under the control of Mercenaries. Beautifully done right there. Absolutely reading into, with no hesitation, what Red Vipers were doing and completely shutting them down on all fronts. And mind you, that a lot of that happened primarily because of the breach. The breach was taken care of so quickly, and that's why you see Thatcher banned. Thatcher is so useful in that regard. That, a Claymore, and a gun as powerful as the AR-33 makes for a very formidable operator. We don't get to talk about him much because he is banned, but there you have it, folks. That is the reason he's banned so much, as it's 4-4 going into round 9.
4-4, as we see an equalizer coming in from MRCZ, successfully attacking the site on first floor kitchen / dining. The Red Vipers will make a decision to go back to second floor master bedroom / office. Quite interestingly enough, we see Red Vipers pick the opposite side, because at the first, on any defensive side that you go through on a map like Chalet, they would always pick up the second floor master bedroom at first, and then they would go in, defend first floor kitchen and dining, and then bar and gaming room. Actually, it's not second floor master bedroom to be the first. The first one would be on bar and gaming room, in which I actually did an oopsie on that one. Now, did I? I mean, first floor bar and gaming room is the first site where most of the defenders would go through, and I actually had no idea what I was talking about by that time. But mistakes do happen sometimes. I start to forget about things and immediately just realize that what was I talking about in the first place. But for now, let's just head back to round 9, being the side second floor master bedroom / office, as we see the Zofia taking quite a bit of damage around. That is Ayan, but he will be safe nonetheless, and definitely he'll just make sure to get that control on a library set soon enough. The drone works will come in to give them vital information. As you see, 3 players on the side of MRCZ, Fatar, Snow, and Ayan is currently gaining information, whereas we see Hasib and MI7. Actually, Hasib was only the one who was holding the angle, but for now. And Red Vipers, who were currently making some, great plays on the first half and also on second half as well, winning first for bar and gaming room. This time, MRCZ is thinking of ending this once and for all.
Oh, that they are 100%. They want this done and dusted. You can see the urgency in their playstyle. But the issue here is you can't afford to play, too quickly, too urgently in that same sense, because you gotta make sure you leave room for yourself and your team to make some plays. EMP goes out, and there we go. The main wall will be breached. Attempted Kai trick there from Sid. Unfortunately, that's not going to pay him any dividends. He's just sitting here right by piano door. He's actually going to move out nice and quickly, just to give himself a little bit more room to work with. He might actually be able to get one right now. Has he seen him? Yes, he has. And my son takes a ton of damage. Snow has taken a little bit of damage as well, as we have a big push potentially coming in towards piano. Look at that. There are probably 4 players from Mercenaries, but oh dear me, Sid actually loses that. Hasib is actually going to not only get the kill, he's going to push up and go for the plant, but there's going to be C4 from below. Is it going to work? Yes, it does. A couple of kills coming out from Naughty Ushred means that the diffuser has been denied. It's a 4v3 going into the remainder of the round. 1 minute on the clock as another kill comes out. This one from the AR-33. Ian wants to go in for the plant, and he will do so. MI7 finds Eagle Eye as it's all down to Naughty Ushred, who takes a bit of damage. Dark Lord, who just went down. Wait a minute, it's a 1v3. Ushred, he denied the diffuser initially. Now he has to deny the operators in MRCZ's camp. And if he can, then this 1v3 will be his. He's now been spotted. Position given away. Shots fired. And the Zophia's LMG will win out. Ian gets the kill as another round goes the way of Mercenaries.
Oh man, such a close round there for Red Vipers. Especially Naughty Ushred, who just used the C4 to deny the plant right from below first for dining. Also not even mention, he even put out Fatar right in towards Fireplace Hall because he exactly knew what was happening. That did not happen. Next thing you know, we see MRCZ just immediately recovering it back, realizing what mistakes they've made. And Sophia picking up the defuse, going in for the plant, making sure that the entire site on first floor kitchen and dining has been cleared out. And then we see MRCZ succeed once again. No matter how many times Red Vipers tried to, get the match back in their favor, the C4, the denial taking out Fatar, yet we see MRCZ making those tiny adaptations that led Red Vipers lose their round. And at that time, I would say that Naughty Ushred was the only one who was making such game-changing moves, whereas the other place where we saw the Kai trying to contest 2 of those angles, yet he misses his opportunity taking out Hasib in the first place. If Hasib was gone and with the Kaid, who was the one who took out Hasib, then it would have been a different situation nonetheless. With the EMPs that disabled most of these most of the utilities being placed around from the defensive side, my goodness, MRCZ really does know how to adapt at a chaotic rounds like these in the first place, Jack. I mean, that's the reason why you see MRCZ to be the best of the best in the South APAC region. And Red Vipers, no matter how many times they try to, make some changes in their defensive holds, MRCZ is always one step ahead.
That they are. I have to agree with you on that one, Baba. As we have, as you can clearly see, we've had to take a little bit of a pause, and we are now back here with ourselves. Back to the B&B show, if you will. But unfortunately, I am all out of puns. So we're going to just, wait for the puns to recharge like some sort of weird mobile phone. Speaking of which, I actually have mine on charge over here. I don't know why I pointed that out, but it's kind of in an awkward place too. If I get a call, I won't actually be able to see it. But I don't know why I would get a call, unless it's from those insurance guys. Again, I swear they call me like 5 times a day. But regardless of that, the side that we can see that Red Vipers were trying to go for were first floor bar and gaming room. Now, I have to say, first floor bar gaming, they did relatively well on. It was a close round between both sides. Don't get me wrong. It was intensely close. And they won by virtue of the diffuser not being picked up and planted because of whoever was the Frost in that round getting the kill on the carrier right inside of bar. Had that kill not been taken, then that round would have been very different very, very quickly. But it was not to be for the side of Mercenaries. Will it be this time around? That is a question I so desperately want answers to. But we're not going to get them. Not until the pause has been unpaused and we can resume the match from where it left off. As in the meanwhile, we're just going to have to wait for a bit, folks. But...
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
Hi. You might be wondering what exactly happened back there as we welcome you back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenge Series 2, supported by Ubisoft, with Blackjack and Baba Goose and all the stuff. You know, if you can tell, I'm a little discombobulated as we are going to go into the match itself while I explain exactly what happened and why we randomly went straight to ads. It's because we had a bit of a hiccup in the back end, and as soon as I said, I'm kind of out of things to say, we got, completely rudely interrupted by the ads too at that. So, that's what happened, folks. A very short retelling of the behind the scenes production here at the Esports Club. Very high tier stuff. As we now will move on to the 10th round in this 5-4 situation. Mercenaries have taken back their lead and they are looking to bring themselves up to match point and win it out from here. Will Red Vipers allow that? Well, that is the question that they have to answer as we now move into the 10th round.
Yep, the 10th round. We are back. And hopefully without having any issues, any connectivity issues being let out from either MRCZ or RV or on our end too. We will resume back round 10 with MRCZ currently being in the lead 4-5. Round 10, first floor bar and gaming room. This is the only site where Red Vipers are confident enough to succeed in defending the site. Whereas we see MRCZ seeing whether if they could put themselves back on the lead 6-4. Maybe it can happen, maybe it cannot. Or maybe there is likely a chance where an equalizer might come in yet again on Red Viper's side. Having an equalizer is well and good. Just keep that in mind that this is MRCZ's pick. The map Chalet, MRCZ is currently having a bit of an issue in the first half where we saw Red Vipers equalize it 3-3. Now we see MRCZ being very strong on the attacker's side. Also, I believe the main reason why we did get to see a pause timer being used up, it mainly had to do with MRCZ trying to discuss on exactly how they would want to proceed on a map like first floor bar and gaming room. As we see Fatah definitely not wasting any time. He just immediately wants to get that control on first floor dining as best as possible. They're going to use those EMPs put to good use. Wait a minute. Thatcherism being played on MRCZ. What just happened?
They dropped him. They dropped him. No.
No.
But jokes aside, of course, we can understand why. You might want to bring in some other operator, as MI7 did bring in the the Sam Fisher, only to get shot in the face by Eagle Eye. So that was a short-lived stint by MI7 Sam Fisher, but he does have his Argus cams that he can now use to give information to his teammates. So all is not lost for that operator. As we continue on to the war path that is this 10th round. So far only one body has dropped, mind you. And as we move to the minute 10 mark on the clock, can see Mercenaries are sort of regrouping. They're trying to give themselves a position where they can advance from, but the issue is they need the Thunderbird taken care of first. They need Dark Lord gone. The only way to do that is to take him out here and now, and if they don't, well, things are going to be so much more difficult for them. Iron takes a bit of damage from the smoke gas canisters. Oh boy! Talk about timing. He looked out at just the wrong instance, and now pre-fire as he might. Dark Lord will somehow, well, nearly somehow get away. I was gonna say, if he actually escaped from that unharmed, that was about to be, saying a lot of things, but thankfully he didn't. And thankfully for Mercenaries, that is, he didn't, as we have another kill now taken. Double for Fathar, as he will turn it into a 4v3.
4v3, an already double kill for Fathar. As Naughty Yashrit is still trying to barely survive, but he actually gets the kill nonetheless, only to get refragged. And none other than Snow himself gets caught from the frost mat, or should I say fog mat. But he needs to go in for the plant nonetheless, because they're losing quite a lot of time. As Ayan is still trying to hold his ground, they will succeed in the post plant, which leads to the Snow winning it out in such a close round, even with both of the players going down. It had to be Snow who had to go in for the plant. They didn't have much time. They only had 10 seconds left to go in. And even with 2 players down and out, Naughty Yashrit somehow surviving most of these gunfights. Actually, it wasn't, Frost. It was Sid in the end who tried to survive most of those gunfights in the end. My goodness, again, such a close round for Red Vipers to be winning that clutch. But unfortunate that it did not work out, and we will see MRCD put themselves on match point 6-4 as we proceed to round 11, being the side second for Master Bedroom / Office. RCZ looking strong. Talk about Red Vipers.
Quick question.
Yes?
I don't know if I heard you wrong. I might have heard you wrong, but did you just call them MRCD?
I guess so. MRCD? Did I just say MRCD again?
I don't know. Did you? I'm asking.
No, I say MRCZ. I guess I need to stop saying MRCZ and just say Mercenaries instead. That would be a good idea for me to
continue saying MRCZ. Like I said, it could have just been me, right? I probably just heard wrong, but sure.
To be honest, yes, I've been making quite a lot of mistakes trying to pronounce MRCZ in the first place, so yeah, I mean, it's okay if you, MRCD.
5 seconds to go.
I'm sure the boys don't mind,
I mean, no offense for MRCZ.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just, sometimes it just happens, It's
just
all
fun and games, It's all fun and games here.
Yeah.
Wait, so are you leading or am I?
Oh yeah, anyways, as we lead into round 11, being the side second for Master Bedroom / Office, yeah, again, we did have a bit of a malfunction on my end, so I'm just hoping that I could get myself fixed as best as possible. But for now, enough of jokes. As we proceed to round 11, match point is in for MRCZ. As we see a lot of the attackers, and also we see MI7 bring in the Thatcher back. Especially you need those. You definitely need to have the EMPs to disable most of their important utilities. Oh boy, not good at all. Hasib gets accidentally disconnected, and we will be unfortunate that Mercenaries had to go in for a 5v4. They could ask for a pause or a rehost so that we'll be able to see Hasib get back in the game. For now, they still need to figure out a way to they have to figure out a way to open up the walls on first floor kitchen, because that is the thermite taken care of. My goodness, not good at all, but there is a good side, because Fathar will be able to take out Sid while he was trying to go in for a trick on the wall side.
Hey, that's all well and good, Take care of the bandit tricker nice and quickly. You may have EMPs, but bandit tricks have proven to be so annoying. But wait a minute, Snow is down because of an Ella and a big spray from that Scorpion. That is well done from, excuse me, they're from Usher taking the initiative, and there we go. The ADS will be burned to the meanwhile, but Eagle Eye is actually going to find one, and another Fathar and Iron off the board, and that's a 1v4, all down to MI7, the last one standing, as that disconnection from Hasib is definitely being felt by Mercenaries, who are once again at a at a potential round loss. Not too good for them. His -7 is going to slowly make his way back up the stairs, back up towards piano. Throws an EMP, mind you, and he's been spotted by the Echo Drone at that. So, not the best of situations to be in for good old Thatcher. As the Scorpion comes in once again, and there we go. Nadia Ashrit will shut him down nice and quickly. And with that, we're going to have a round taken by Red Vipers. A very, very emphatic round at that, too, as Mercenaries unfortunately fell apart just a little too quickly. We did see right at the end, though, Hasib has returned. Unfortunately, it was a little too, late to, they're a little too late to save the round. Now, unfortunately, Sid, i.e. Coffee, seems to have been, seems to be facing a, mute bug. So that's not good. It can be fixed in game. You just need to go into a camera, any camera, have it be broken by anyone. It also on the attacker side. If you're an attacker, you just go into your drone and get it, broken, and it should fix itself. If not, you need a game restart. But yeah, that's the thing now. So that's why we're back here again. Oh my goodness! So yeah, we're back on the BNB show. We've talked about a lot of things today, and we've talked a lot about a lot of things today again, and again and again and again as it goes. But unfortunately, the reason that I may seem to be stalling is because other than what happened in the last round, which goes down to Hasib disconnects, Mercenaries unfortunately can't quite cope up in the 4v5 situation, and the aggressive play from both Ella and Aruni just kind of shuts them down before they could do much. That was pretty much it, for the last round. Wasn't really much we saw from Mercenaries. They still tried, mind you. They did have a breach in the pocket of Sam Fisher. They managed to get that breach off. They managed to make sure the bandit was dead. That part was really good for them, I felt, the part that didn't necessarily need a thermite. So that was all well and good. But at the same time, it, didn't really help them much in the long run of the round. So now that we seem to be going back to bar gaming this time from the side of Red Vipers, it's going to be a very interesting one because bar gaming has been very close between both sides. On the 2 rounds that we have seen on the other side of the half, bar gaming has been pretty close, always coming down to either a 1v1 or a 1v2 in some capacity. And they have been, like I said, quite exciting. So whether or not we can, get that excitement going once again will depend on how long it takes for Sid to restart his game. Hopefully it shouldn't take too long. After all, we know Coffee. He's quick on these things, quick on the draw. The only thing that'll take time is for the game to load up and connect to the servers. That's the part that it usually takes the longest on. So we shouldn't have too much trouble here and now while we await the players to come back, Sid to come back into the lobby.
Well, talk about Sid and also Hasib, who just accidentally left off from the game because yeah, that actually did put MRCZ in a bit of a huge problem because Hasib was the one who had the thermite in which he had to open up 2 lines of sight. That would be the exothermic charge, which was being used to open up the second floor master bedroom site. Yeah, actually on second floor office site. And since he wasn't there, they had the backup. We had Zero with the secondary hard breach to open up line of sight. I mean, Jack has already talked about most of those situations from before on the side of RV, but I would say that this was a good hold coming in from Red Vipers. This is going to put themselves at a chance to put this on OT because it is 5-6. 6 being MRCZ, the one being on match point, 5 RV having the chance to put this match on OT. So I likely a chance that can happen, knowing that First World Kitchen and Dining was mainly used of the Thatcher and Thermite combo. And if Red Vipers do figure out a way to go in for an early spawn peak to try to take out Thatcher and Thermite, maybe Thatcher, maybe Thermite, taking them out would be a huge boon for them to get themselves back on track and also giving them a higher chances to succeed in that round. So there is high likely a chance that that can happen, but it is MRCZ that you're going up against. So if you do try to go in for that spawn peak, you really need to be careful because a fight will be coming into them nonetheless. But for now, we just got the confirmation that we just got the match back, so we're not going to waste any more time. But this is highly likely a chance where Red Vipers can put this match back on track. As it is still match point on MRCZ, we are back at round of 1. 6 pick will come in from MI7 as he switches out from the Thatcher to 0. Interesting 6 pick there from MI7. I believe he would prefer to have a lot of information game rather than disabling a lot of utilities. But who knows what's going to happen next as we proceed to round 12. Red Vipers, one final chance to put themselves on decider, and for MRCZ, one final chance to put themselves a ticket to the semi-finals.
Oh yeah, the round of ones up here and now is going to be very important for both sides. I think we can all agree on that. As mercenaries are just, once again faced with the idea that they might not actually have a smooth ride into the semifinals. They got to pick it up, all things considered. Sure, Hasib disconnecting in the last round didn't really help, and I think we can all give them a bye for round 11, but the rounds before that, unfortunately, I don't think we can give you a bye for mercenaries. They just simply have not done as well as they themselves probably would have liked to in this matchup. They have faltered, they have strayed, and they have ended up in positions where, you probably don't want to all things considered, right? So yeah, now in this match point situation, they want to win this out, and they want to win it out badly. The more the round progresses, the more you'll be able to sense and see a very, you'll be able to feel a sense of very, very big urgency coming out from them as that first kill comes out. There we go. Hasib's gonna find one. That's Eagle Eye off the board. Huge drop right off the bat. Eagle Eye, sure, he hasn't necessarily done too much killing in today's match, and I could be wrong about that. Probably am because of the rehosts, but that doesn't matter. He has been a thorn in the side of mercenaries that needed to be removed and has been now. With Eagle Eye off the board, they now need to focus their attention on Ushrit, on Dark Lord, and then on Sid, as Dark Lord is gonna go down. All right, I was gonna say in no particular order, but there's the smoke. Cypher with the FMG. We've seen this before from him. As in the meanwhile, Ushrit comes and he's found another. That's going to be Hasib off the board. Wait a minute. Things might not be so smooth for mercenaries. They got the first two, yes, but how many more can they get if they continue like this? Look at MI7. He knows that there's a Wamai there. He's got the ping coming in as the breach comes in from second floor as well, but unfortunately the sledge can't quite find him just yet. The Wamai's place has been given away, sure, but at the same time, you can see that mercenaries as players don't necessarily have, the full idea of where these defenders are. For instance, not Yashid, but wait a minute, it won't matter. He's been spotted and taken care of. That's going to be the kill from Iron. The Zofia gets one, but do they know where Cypher is? Right below the blue, right below blue stairs. Well, nope, looks like Cypher is going to go down. That's all up to Sid, the last one standing. Never mind, he's not standing anymore. Iron's going to come in and finish him off, and looks like mercenaries will have the relatively smooth sailing going into the final round, and then the victory here in this match, in this second map on Chalet, as well as they are now our third semifinalist, alongside Valiants and alongside Monkey Hunters. Big congratulations to Mercenaries. 7-1 and 7-5 across two maps, and a 2-0 on the map count is going to take them straight to the semifinals. And on the other hand, you have Red Vipers unfortunately bowing out here. They gave it a good shot. They gave it an honest shot, and that's, one of the best things I can say about their play today. And that's not a bad thing. That's a really good thing. They tried. They really gave it their all, and they came quite far in the end. Unfortunately, not far enough. With all that being said, of course, that is going to do it for this match, the match that we just had, of course. Mercenaries versus Red Vipers. 2-0 to Mercenaries sees them go to the semifinals, and we will be talking about this match just a little bit more as we go into the highlights of the match that we just had. Baugusta, take it away.
Well, talking about the highlights itself, we did get to see Red Vipers make an amazing performance in the first half, equalizing it 3-3. Was mainly we saw Red Vipers starts to mainly the one which they did start to fling black. Starting off with Nodi Yashrit, who did make that 1v1 clutch on round 3, first floor kitchen and dining. Other than that, it was almost like a smooth sailing around from RV and Eagle Eye. My goodness, that grenade which almost got himself caught off in the process, but did eventually, got himself avenged in the end. Red Vipers, they did all they could. They did, try to, hold MRCZ's, attack pushes in. It's actually a defensive hold on the first half, and then suddenly we did get to see Red Vipers trying to fling back in the second half as well, almost putting themselves on, match point, 5-6. It's a good effort from them. First floor bar and gaming room was such an amazing, push from Red Vipers. They almost caught MRCZ off guard. Actually, no, it was on the second half. It was Red Vipers on defense, but the rest we all know what exactly happened. MRCZ winning 3 attack rounds in a row from round 8 to round 10, and then rest was just smooth sailing in round 12, where the last site was at first floor bar and gaming room. Other than that, it was just it's just MRCZ doing what they do best. With Thatcher not being banned, they did made use of the Thatcher's EMP to open up lines of sight as soon as possible, which was on second floor master bedroom and first floor bar. Like they didn't had any problems with those two sites. They've only had issues with the first floor bar and gaming and second floor master bedroom / office. That was the only side where MRCC had problems. I mean, rest than that, it was just history for Red Vipers. They did all they could, but unfortunate that they had to go out like that, and they got unfortunate they had to get eliminated out in the quarterfinals. But I would have to admit they gave a good fight to MRCZ, and hopefully they could come back even stronger in the next future matches. But for now they are eliminated. However, and talk about MRCZ, they will get the spot into the semi-finals, so congratulations to them. And talk about Red Vipers again. Most of the plays that I did get to see, most of game-changing plays that I would like to call it, would be from Nodi Ashred, because his C4 almost gave the win for Red Vipers. It's just that MRCZ made that slight adaptation that quickly let Team Red Vipers go off guard, and MRCZ, all they had to do was just take them out one by one. That's what we did get to see it in the highlights itself. Time and time again, MRCZ had no issues on attack stat, as I like to call it. I mean, there was some, we've almost thought that Red Vipers almost going to put on MRCZ overtime because it was 5-6, but it wasn't. And we did get to see MRCZ get a good win, 7-5. And talk about Fatar, who just like in the last round itself on first floor bar immediately gets 2 kills, and then suddenly we see Red Vipers come back, equalizing it yet again 3-3. But it wasn't good enough, and in the end we saw Team MRCZ win it out. So congratulations to them. Just like I said, they'll get their ticket to the semi-finals, and we have our 3 semi-finalists. We have 3 semi-finalists: MRCZ, Monkey Hunters, and Valiants. And we still have one final quarterfinals match to go to see whether who will be that lucky team who's going to go towards the next phase. But for now, we're just going to take a small little break, and we'll be right back with the next best of 3 match. Until then, stay hydrated. We'll be right back after this.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies. The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 2, supported by Ubisoft. Here with the host, Blackjack and Baba Gusta, as we are here now for the final match of the quarterfinals. That is correct. We've had 3 matches so far, and 3 semifinalists have been decided. Mercenaries, Team Valiant, and just earlier today, yesterday, I should say, Monkey Hunters. I got the order wrong. Excuse me about that one. But what I do know is that this last match will decide the final semifinalist for the Challenger Series 2. And that, of course, is the match between Gazelles Esports and Vroom Vroom. This is definitely going to be a very interesting game indeed, primarily because these two teams making it this far is, I think, one of their first times doing so, which obviously puts the question, what are they going to do to secure their wins here? And of course, we're gonna see them play across 3 maps. It's a best of 3 after all. So let's have a look at the map bans. Baba, what do you think about the maps we got today?
Well, Jack, just to start it off, we did get to witness an amazing matchup in the previous, where we did get to see MRCZ, win against Team Red Vipers. But yeah, talking about Gazelle going up against Vroom Vroom, this will be an interesting map to look at. First things first, there won't be an Oregon. That's a good thing to look at. That would be the first one, because Gazelle Esports have made a decision to go in on map Villa. Now, talk about Villa, there is tons of opportunities for both the attackers as well as the defenders to go in and have their, you know, have a good battleground to defend with properly, and also attack both at the same time. Also, the second map that we are going to be able to look at would be on Clubhouse, and the decider map will be on Cafe Dostoevsky. Yes, decider, because why not? But now, without having any more delays, we'll just head into our 4th and final quarterfinals matchup. It's going to be Gazelle Esports on attack, Vroom Vroom on defense, and the first map will be on Villa. So without having any further delays, let's just start off with the ban phase, as we see Vroom Vroom banning on the defensive side.
With the defense first, going to Vroom Vroom for the map of Villa. That is, of course, the advantageous side that they are starting off on, and they will have the first ban on the map as well. That's going to be Thatcher. There we go. The excitement of having Thatcher in play is gone, ladies and gentlemen, just like Thatcher is for the rest of this entire match, as in the series of probably 2-3 maps, depending on who wins maps 1 and 2. As Gazelles Esports, I almost said Gamers Syndicate for a second. Gazelles will ban Nomad, as it were, on Villa, Nomad is an extremely powerful operator. She's, strong at shutting down runouts, at shutting down flanks, and rotates. And of course, her overall kit and utility is pretty strong as well. So she's going to be banned. And Wamai will be banned as well from Gazelle. So it looks like they don't want to play against Wamai in this situation. They'd rather keep Jaeger, they'd rather keep Mira or Valkyrie, depending on which one is banned. And there we go. Mira will be banned by Vroom Vroom. That means Valkyrie is actually in play from the side of the defense. And I'm not sure if Gazelle's, thought about this, seeing as Valkyrie is extremely powerful given where she is right now, despite very minimal changes to the operator. But that's a topic for another day. The ban phases have been taken care of since Thatcher, Nomad, Wamai, and Mira. And with that, we're going to be moving into round one. But before we do, let us have a look at both the rosters that are in the lobby for today. From the side of Gazelle's Esports, we've got Crisis, Fuse Bomb, Nemesis, Eagle Eyes, and Kyo. And from the side of Vroom Vroom, we've got Hulky, Dash, Music J, Chimpy, and Nexus. Aviator Room and Games Room is going to be the side of choice as we move into the first round. And I have kept the man from the mic long enough. Baba Gusta, take it away.
Thank you for that, Jack. And without having any further delays, let's just jump into our fourth and final matchup. It's Gazelle Esports Vroom Vroom. The map to start it off on our best of three quarterfinals will be none other than Villa. Vroom Vroom being the one on defense. The first site will be on second floor, Aviator / Games Room. Talk about the optics. We have Hulky bringing in Thunderbird. We have Dash with the Maestro, Music J with the Kaid, and also the other two ops with Chimpy and Nexus bringing in the Mozzie and the Rooney. Now, talking about the attack phases. One thing I do have to talk about is that Flores isn't banned. This means that opening up, destroying deployable shields and any particular soft wall should be easier for the attackers to open it up, except the hard breaches. That's the reason why you have Fuse Bomb bringing in the Hibana. And quite surprisingly enough, that's the only hard breacher we have, because Eagle Eyes has decided to bring a Claymore instead of a secondary hard breach. I mean, don't get me wrong, Claymores are an effective tool when it comes to destroying, taking out, defenders who are thinking of flanking at a particular place. So it's actually a good utility to use at, a very good utilities to use that. But for now, let's just head into the action phase and see Gazelle Esports making a decision of pushing in towards the fountain side and slowly making their way, getting the control on statuary room, and then slowly make their way in towards landing.
Bit by bit, a little bit of an advancement being made here from the side of the attack. That is what is required from Gazelle's Esports. All they need to do is push up. All they need to do is take their time to push up slowly and carefully, take out utility as you see it. And if you see a defender, well, mark them down for a kill. Have somebody droning them, have some sort of info on where they are and what they are up to, and move forward accordingly. Flores is absolutely very useful for all of what I just mentioned. The shots are still being fired towards Nemesis, but he's patiently waiting for that head to pop up. Not gonna find it just yet. Wait a minute, there's somebody rappelling on 90 as well, along with the Flores drone, but the kill still hasn't been secured, and a C4 comes out, and that's gonna be Chimpy taking a first kill and a big one with the Iana off the board.
Well, Crisis gone. The rappel in towards 90 is going to be difficult for the attackers to even get control of that particular place, and the damage still continues. And that too from the red stairs. Well, we see Nemesis gets taken out, and Chimpy continues his aggression as well, taking out Cure. And look at that, the players on the side of Gazelle Esports has started to falter, but Fuse Bomb has something else to say, taking out both Chimpy and Nexus. This will give Gazelle Esports the opportunity that they were looking for. Finally, they can get inside the side on that particular place as Hulky decides to go in for a quick rotate, but that fails as Nemesis claims the life of Hulky. And with just 50 seconds left, Vroom Vroom is currently the one facing problems because there's only two players left. It's Dash and Music J left with the other three players on the side of Team Gazelle Esports to figure out a way to get that control. And look at what Eagle Eyes is doing at this point. He's going to rappel in towards the window side of study room, hopefully to make a multiple angles where Vroom Vroom needs to worry about that particular angle. And talk about Dash, who's prepared with the landing. Now he needs to worry about that rappel. Is he going to win this? With 30 seconds left, attackers are losing so much time, and so does Vroom Vroom, which in fact they have to hold their ground, in which it does not. Fuse Bomb gets one Nemesis. gets the final kill, taking out the Maestro while he was holding on an angle right in towards the landing zone. And with it, we'll be able to see Gazelle Esports win their first attack round on second floor AVG.
All right. And a good round of that too. Gazelle's Esports looking pretty strong to start us off on the attack here on Villa, as they have just taken a big first round. Vroom, unfortunately, a little all over the place. I will say a little, just a little out there with their play. I'd say a little too fast and loose as well. Sure, Chimpy on 90 was doing good work, but then did you really need somebody right behind him rather than being inside of sight? That double kill from Fuse Bomb was one of the big things that ended up, contributing to Vroom Vroom's round loss. Dash, not really being left with too many options, had to end up with a jump out. Hulky, who was playing the Thunderbird, kind of sprinting towards where the site was rather than taking it slowly and carefully, which he should have been, because he was probably making way too much noise as the 2-speed 2 armor of the Thunderbird to be stealthy about that flank that he was making. Probably there was also a drone or two that was actively being watched that, gave away his position. Even if he did, shoot those drones, the call-up will be there that, wait a minute, the drones behind you guys towards astronomy have been shot. You guys got to be careful of a flank, and they were. All things considered, Gazelle's Esports managed it pretty well. Vroom on the other side, well, I just mentioned how they didn't necessarily play all too well in round one, but round two onwards, they could still clean up the act. And if they do, they can equalize and push for their own lead.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. And talk about Vroom, who had that early advantage with Chimpy, who was just desperately trying to control the 90s angle. I mean, sooner or later, he had to give up that angle soon enough. And talk about a Fuse Bomb, who just did get 3 kills from that particular place. It's going to give them the win for Gazelle Esports. The only problem is, can he do it a second time? That's the main concern that I have to keep looking at, as we see Nemesis using the IQ scanner to detect exactly where Hulky has placed his cams. As he Gazelle Esports proceeds to move forward and do the same push again.
So far, it's once again the same thing, just like Baba said, slowly but surely pushing up, slowly but surely, taking turns, making sure all the utilities that you can take out are taken care of, and then, going in for the kill, just like they did in the previous round. I believe that's a Valcam and a Mozzie drone, back-to-back taken care of. Not sure exactly why both are in the same place. Probably the Valcam was there before, and then Mozzie caught a drone, put it there as a bit of a contingency for whichever one goes down first. Looks like no one's going to be holding 90 either, allowing Fuse Bomb a very, very quick take onto the 90 area. All he needs to do now is open up Vault, but with Music J playing the Kaid, that's going to be a little harder than it looks. Hulky is also watching Memorial, but looks like Nexus is going to be the one to get the first kill. That's Eagle Eyes off the board. And a big one indeed. Nemesis, so much damage right there. The IQ's got to be careful, but it's going to be Nexus again with that kill. Excuse me, Chimpy with that kill. I read the name wrong. It's a Pete and Roni. What are you going to do about it? As that is going to make it a 3v4. Nemesis fires back. Music J is off the board.
Well, with Nemesis striking back, taking out Music J, Gazelle Esports still need to worry about the site. They have so much information that they need to look at. Nemesis, I believe, finally figured out a way to take out the Master's Evil Icam. No, it does not. He's just trying to figure out a way to destroy it, but it's too late. There goes your Maestro Cam. And now the attackers are free to push in towards the side, but they will be met with C4s galore, because they have 2 C4s, one from Chimpy and one from Hulky. They don't have cams, they don't have the information just yet. And let's not forget, they don't have smoke as well. So denying that push from the attackers is going to be a difficult task for Vroom. Look that the push is coming in, and Pure reads it like a book, taking out Hulky, and here comes Dash. Continuous use of the place. And we see Chimpy with the final C4 kill to take out Fuse Bomb. And with it, we will see Vroom win it out on round 2, second floor AVG. What a use of that LMG from Dash, taking out 2 players and making sure that the site would be theirs. A good job from them, as they'll be able to equalize it 1-1. Talk about round 3. Obviously, Vroom Vroom has to pick a different side, so they'll pick second floor trophy and statuary room instead.
Well, I have to say, the Maestro inside the vault worked out quite well for Vroom Vroom. Although I feel like, it kind of came out, for them at the best possible moment.
Attackers need to
Because
locate and
Gazelle's
defuse
Esports
as many
pushed in a
bombs as they
little
can.
carelessly, I will say. Sure, you had control towards that region of the map and all that stuff, but you have to be a little bit more careful with that, Gazelles. Come on. You can do a little bit better than what you just did, I assure you. Round 1 definitely showed us a much more calm and composed Gazelles, but I think that was because they hadn't won a round yet. Round 2, they probably thought that Vroom Vroom would allow them to get away with the same things instead of play for C4s, play for anybody inside of vault, all that stuff, but they didn't have the same level of control, nor did they have the number of operators cleaned out that they already did
10 seconds
in
left
round
before
1.
insertion.
And without making sure of those things, they tried to push in, they tried
5
to
seconds to
get
go.
ahead, they tried to force a situation that could not be forced, and
Attackers
ended
must
up losing
locate
the
and
round.
defuse a bomb.
Regardless, just like you said, Baba, they didn't have information or cams down below. They didn't know that the Mozzie had, moved downstairs since, and nobody had cleaned him out. That is probably where Chimpy got the kill from. We saw him get a kill as well. That was probably where from, as he cleared out the roam clear who was going to take him down. And that, of course, leads to, or led to, what we ended up seeing. As the drones will come in once again, Nexus facing down the front door. Okay, he's actually come back. I was going to say that's a very dangerous spot to be in, especially given its exposure to other angles in this map that is Villa. So Nexus, of course, keeps himself safe. Chimpy as well, trying to get a cheeky little kill on Study Door, but nothing big coming off it just yet. As one minor heartbreach will be done, but where is the sledge going? Okay, then Nexus takes a very easy kill. Nemesis is off the board.
With Nemesis gone, there goes your sledge. You won't be able to provide good amount of cover towards that 90s hallway, which means that the defender still has that trap on track. But here comes Crisis right from the red stairs to take out Chimpy, and immediately we have to see Nexus fall back into a second floor trophy. But no, he won't. He'll hold in towards the 90s angle and leave Gazelle Esports to push from that particular place where that surprise element might be in play for Vroom Vroom. With Chimpy taken care of, eliminating the other 4 players on the side of Gazelle is going to be a difficult part to look at. But the only thing that I can say, with Eagle Eyes taking out Chimpy, actually Nexus, from that 90s hallway, is going to give much more of a boon towards Gazelle Esports' attack. Knowing that on map Villa, it's always about who gets the huge advantage when it comes to man count. And looks like Vroom Vroom has lost it. The only thing that they can do right now is just wait for the attackers to go with their execute and hope that they would get hopefully they would get 2 kills in 1 magazine. That's basically what I'd expect on the defenders, and just looks like that's going to work out well for them. Look at that, Hulky taking out Crisis, although yes, he was so low on HP, but this huge drop, taking out Eagle Eyes right into a second floor statuary room, is going to be a bigger boon, because there's only 2 players left here, Fuse Bomb and Cure, in which Cure is definitely not wasting any time pushing into a statuary room, takes out Music JS, Dash comes in with refrag. And Fuse Bomb is going to go for yet another luck in towards the statuary room, gets tagged with quite a lot of damage, will push in towards the Bearing 9. Won't be able to work out nonetheless, because Hulky is there right from the main stairs of landing zone and gets the final player on the side of Gazelle Esports, as we see Vroom Vroom win yet another round on defense. Second floor trophy and statuary room putting themselves in a 2-1 scoreline. And we will proceed to round 4 with the side being on first for kitchen and dining.
Well, all right, then. Looks like Vroom Vroom are definitely catching on to the way that Gazelles might be playing. I look at that G in Gazelles and my mind is still, for whatever reason, defaulting to Gamer Syndicate. I do apologize to the boys at Gazelles. You guys are doing good, don't get me wrong. It's just a force of habit, if you will. Not too many teams come out with, full GA and then something to do with an apostrophe or an S at the end. It is what it is. But all I'm trying to say is, don't worry, I'm not intentionally trying to pronounce the name wrong here. It's just a little bit of force of habit as we move into round 4 and see if Vroom Vroom has a force of habit of continuously winning out rounds like the way they are. Okay, that transition did not work. I tried to make that seamless, but that did not work. I gotta think of better ones. Probably will over the course of this match. Who knows? Maybe for map 2 we might have some real cool, seamless transitions. I don't really know how to do seamless transitions with words, okay? Give me a video and I'll edit it to have transitions like that, but give me words and I can spin them, but I can't really transition from one train of thought to another. But I can go off on tangents nearly seamlessly. Don't that happens very regularly with me. But let's, move back into the match situation. Fusebomb, I'm a little confused as to which drone is his and which isn't. He's going to actually recover his drone properly. As in the meanwhile, the site, of course, is on first floor. Because the two second floor sites have been won, first floor will now be the side of choice. Dining and kitchen, more specifically, from the side of Vroom Vroom, who just want to, race to the finish line here. They just want to win and get to the semifinals. Semifinals is where the real test for either of these teams will be. As sure, Vroom Vroom are 2-1 up. Don't get me wrong. They've played well to get to this point in 3 rounds, but there is a lot more to be done before they can say that they are a semifinalist. And whether or not they can do that successfully is one of the main draws of this match.
Well, that's the thing about this side, Jack. First, we're dining in kitchen. Oh my goodness. When I was trying to explain the concept of this particular side, we see Hulky throwing out his C4 to claim the life of Nemesis. That's a huge drop coming. Yep, boom goes the dynamite, and Vroom Vroom does actually want to continue the aggression once more, as we see the Flores trying to use the RC Rotators to open up lines of sight, and the IQ trying to exactly figure out where exactly one of the defenders' locations place is. Again, we see Cure using this gadget put to good use, but he forgot about Nexus, but it's giving so much damage to Eagle Eyes, and Crisis will come in to take him out on the other hand. But the main problem is that Gazelle Esports is currently the one facing a lot of issues because they've lost 2 players. Nemesis and Eagle Eyes gone. You still have 1 C4 prepped and ready, but that vertical start being used from Cure will give much more of a boon, taking out Chimpy. There goes your 2 important players, the Valkyrie and the Mozzie. And in just 55 seconds, they need to make a way on whether Vroom Vroom can succeed or not.
Yeah, it's not going to be too good for Vroom Vroom if they continue losing players to verticality the way they just did. Now, mind you, the entrance from Memorial Room is, wide open, so to speak. Nobody's really defending there because of the way the verticality has been set up, which means that Gazelles might have an area of entry. Kyo, oh boy, he realized that in just the right moment that he was about to get fired on. Music J, look at him, he's so aggressive right now. It's like a little monkey, if you will, but unfortunately the monkey will be caged as one goes down. But there's the flank from Hulky, and there's the Frost with the 9mm C1. Will he get a second? No, Dash goes down in the meanwhile. It's all up to Hulky. All he has to do is survive. Kyo does have the diffuser, but he has to go for the plant. He'll be forced to. If he doesn't, the round will be lost, and he will do so. 1 second remaining, and here comes Hulky all the way around. Will the plant go off in time? No, it won't. And Kyo will get off the plant just to save himself the death coming in his direction. Good round from Vroom Vroom, albeit a little shaky, especially towards the mid round. Once they lost Chimpy, and then first they lost Nexus and then Chimpy, it was a little bit more scary, if you will, especially after Music J got taken down next to the shield on Laundry. But they managed to hold on regardless. Dash and Hulky did a good job, as round 5 will see us go 3-1 up. Vroom Vroom have shut down any chance of Gazelles, taking a lead in the first half. So the best Gazelles can do from here on out is equalize. Will they be able to?
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Let's
as
find
many
out.
bombs as they can.
All right.
I did not actually get disconnected. That was completely intentional.
All right. For a moment there, I thought my my feed just lagged away, and
it was a big coincidence. Because context here for our viewers. Discord has been acting up, right, as of recently, and that has caused our video feeds to freeze every now and again.
constant
Yeah, quite constantly as well. It's quite annoying as well. So casting off of that is already difficult as is, but unfortunately I seem to have given Baba a mini heart attack when I did that pause. I apologize.
It's all right, Jack. Although I would say it was a bit funny when you had to just like wait for around 5 to 6 seconds
I
and
know, right?
then say,
I
"Let's
first
find
thought, yeah,
out."
I thought that, wait, is he speaking and he didn't, unmute himself? What's going on? And then I finished my well,
A
I
bomb has been
finished
located.
the sentence. I say finished in quotes, of course.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, that happened.
Yep, it's always that heart attack that makes me go, huh, what happened, what happened? But anyways, talking about round 5, with Vroom currently the one being in the lead, 3 defensive rounds on their hands. They are going for yet another win here on round 5, second for AVG. Can that happen? There is high likely a chance where Gazelle Esports might come back, because second for AVG, there is, high likely a chance that that can happen. Although we did hear one of those C4s being tossed out from Nexus. Unfortunately, it won't connect, which
Attackers have
leads
located a
to
bomb.
Vroom losing one of their important utilities. Now, talking about that previous round on first for kitchen and dining, it mainly had to do with you having a usage of that vertical line side. But for now, let's just focus on this round, as we see Chimpy always getting the early kill around, taking out Crisis this time, as the IQ won't be available for the attackers to find out where exactly that they've kept their utilities hidden. And here comes Chimpy yet again with a double kill, taking out Nemesis.
Big double kill right there from Chimpy, and absolutely needed for Vroom to take advantage early. But once again, their early games have been good, but there you go. They unfortunately start getting a little ahead of themselves, and they start losing bodies because of that. Chimpy off the board, but there's going to be a fire back immediately, and a fire back onto that. While Gazelles did lose the third, Fuse Bomb is still here to hold the ship steady, and he's been doing that so far. 7-3 to him just in 5 rounds alone. Fuse Bomb is definitely one of the standout players, at least from a kills taken perspective. Kyo is also really good, but he's, mostly held down a support role from the looks of it in this match so far, in this map so far. More RCE Roteros coming out, as it's a 3v2 in this situation. Chimpy and Nexus off the board for the side of Vroom. But even with Music J, Hulky, and Dash, they can still win out this round. The whole point of what they do next is to just hold against all odds. Music J, unfortunately, not able to save the Maestro's Evil Eye, and that's going to be taken care of. Kyo, in the meanwhile, he knows that there's somebody there, but here comes Fuse Bomb with a big drop, and there goes Music J as well. Double kill, huge one at that, and that's going to leave Hulky the last one standing. No more! Fuse Bomb and Kyo with the 2v3 win. Beautifully done. I have to say, they played it as well as they could have, and they took the round as a result. Vroom are clearly not going to get away with this as smoothly as they probably hoped to, as that is going to be a nice clutch from the side of Gazelle Esports.
Yep, exactly what I thought I was mainly worried about, especially the way how Gazelle Esports always succeed in, holding their ground out in towards landing zone. It's just that execution that it did not work out well in their favor, especially the way how Dash was at the wall side on round 2, I believe. No, it was on round, yeah, it was on round 2, where they successfully hold out the ground, taking out 3 players on the side of Gazelle Esports, who immediately made a push in
Attackers need to
towards
locate and
the,
defuse as many bombs as they can.
in towards Aviator's room. They couldn't get to where they couldn't get to succeed in holding out their ground. You even had, Dash was there, immediately recovered the round and gave Vroom the round win. And especially in that previous round, it was the same thing again. You saw, the attackers on side of Gazelle Esports immediately, getting control on Strophy and Saturated Room. Yes, I have to admit that there was, 2 players were already gone. Crisis with the IQ would have been even much more important to realize exactly where their,
10 seconds left before
where
insertion.
exactly the utilities was placed. But you still had the
5 seconds remaining.
Flores with the RC Roteros that took out so much important,
Attackers are moving out to locate a
important
bomb and
information camps like the Maestro's Evil Eye camps. We've even had a lot of, deployable shield which needs to be destroyed, and Flores immediately, took care of that. Everything finally set in motion for Gazelle Esports, and when they went in for the push, Fuse Bomb was there. He's been doing quite a lot of tremendous job for Gazelle Esports, especially in the attack side itself, which is going to give much of a morale boost for the attackers. But talking about round 6 with Vroom, currently the one in the lead, actually thinking for a 4-2 score line in the first half, which in fact is a very good lead. And with Nexus always taking the early kill out, things will always will never favor for Gazelle Esports, but it will always favor in the first, like in the late rounds. And look at that, Nexus comes in with yet another kill, taking out Crisis, as we see Gazelle Esports losing bodies yet again.
I like how this has been the case for Gazelle's Esports and Vroom Vroom so far. Early round, Gazelles loses bodies, and it seems like they're at a disadvantage. Then you move to the mid round, and Vroom Vroom starts taking losses, just like that. Music J off the board. Good shot from Eagle Eye, though. He knew there had to be somebody on 90. And just like that, Vroom Vroom, excuse me, have lost a relatively big. Okay, let's not kid ourselves here. Music J hasn't necessarily been doing too much in this round, in this map. He's mostly hung back, played the support role, and just kind of been there, if you will. But what I'm saying is, once Vroom Vroom loses that first body, it opens up what is like a Pandora's box, if you will, because they start then losing more bodies, and then more and more, and then until either they lose the round or they win the round. It becomes a very close situation. Eagle Eye's taking a bit of damage right there. Not sure exactly what happened to him, but seems like somebody had pushed out into landing from statuary and done a bit of a number on him. Could have been Chimpy. Kyo will come in to secure that doorway for his teammate. See the Capcan trap, take it out. Those Capcan traps are going to be very, very important to watch out for, but Kyo's off the board. That's a big kill right there from Chimpy. Making it a 2v4. Fuse Bomb pushes in, but no ammo. Can't quite get the kill. Eagle Eyes has been downed, and Chimpy is going to be taken care of. Fuse Bomb has gotten into the site. He's going to be taken down as well. Dash comes in with the final kill, and with that, we're going to have Vroom Vroom take the round. Go up 4-2 going into the half, and now that they're on the attack, this 4-2 will be very, very crucial for them because they have that advantage. They have a little bit of a cushion should they fail for a round or two, but they can't afford to do more than that. If they do, then of course Gazelles will start taking the lead, and if they do, then things will be made so much more difficult. Vroom Vroom, they are 4-2 up. They are looking solid. Now all they have to do is win from here. It sounds easy, but it's not going to be as we move to round 7.
Yep, absolutely. It's not going to be easy at all, especially for the attackers' side. If they do it well, then Vroom Vroom shouldn't have any issues going towards match point because currently they're the ones in lead, 4-2. But Gazelle Esports have only won 2 attack rounds in the first half. And talking about in any maps on a game of Rainbow Six Siege, the defenders always have an advantage no matter what. We did get to see that multiple amount of examples on a map like Oregon, Clubhouse, sometimes even on map Villa, which Chalet is particularly a map where the attackers have a lot of advantage of because of multiple angles being given around for the attackers' side, and the defenders have to worry about those angles and make sure that they would survive most of those gunfights as best as possible. Now, talking about on map Villa, it's more of a linear path for the attackers to just push in, open up the walls in towards trophy. Shouldn't be much of a problem. Just worry about the roamers, players like Crisis and Fuse Bomb, in which Fuse Bomb has made a tremendous job in his first half playing as the Hibana. 10 kills for him. I hope so. That's 10 kills. Yeah, there you go. 10 kills for him. And talk about Crisis, especially talk about the previous match where Gazelle Esports had to, go up on the qualifiers phase. We did get to see Crisis make an amazing performance on map Oregon, playing as the Alibi. So for Team Vroom Vroom, focusing on Crisis would be a good idea because he is definitely a pain for the attackers to be dealing with, and also he's mainly the one who gives people, who gives the team hope, indicating that we are still back in the game. Although we still, you still have Dash, you still have Hulky on the side of Vroom Vroom, who always have, who always has the chance to get those early peaks. But it's still always difficult to figure out what exactly is going to happen. And look at the holdings and placements that they're making around here from Gazelle. You say you have 3 deployable shields, I believe. No, it's just 2 deployable shields. One from Crisis and the other from Cure. As we see the Gon 6 being used, and also the EE1 defuse bomb. A headshot as he takes out Nexus, put themselves in a 5-4.
That headshot was beautiful from Fuse Bomb. Like I said, excuse me right there. Like I said, Fuse Bomb is definitely a very formidable player for Gazelles, as in the meanwhile we have utilities being taken care of by Rotero drones, but the shield is still here, and Kyo knows that. He's going to use that shield as much as he can for as long as he can as well. Nemesis and Meat Jammers have been working very well to that extent as well. Nexus is off the board as Alliance Scan comes out, but no, Hulky goes down as well. There goes the fuse, and suddenly it feels like Vroom Vroom have been literally stopped in their tracks, had to, put the brakes on or something, and Gazelles have done exactly that. They put the brakes on quite hard.
Attackers have
As
located
Music
a
J
bomb.
has pushed up extremely close. He's gonna get the smoke. No, the Vaulton wasn't required. He's gonna go down, and there comes the alibi for one more. It's all up to Chimpy, the last one standing. He does get one, but can he get two? Yes, he does. Beautifully done. It's a 1v3 now. There's somebody closing in from bedroom and somebody inside of Astronomy. Does he know where the Jaeger is? No, not quite. Gas grenade goes out. Shots are fired, and there we go. Fuse Bomb will be the one to take the final kill. As well, another round goes down, and this time into the hands of Gazelle Esports, just holding, just doing what a defender should do, waiting for the attacker to come to them. And Gazelles, just did the standard stuff. They played by the book, and they held on to areas that they knew they could hold on to unless forced out of. Unfortunately for Vroom Vroom, that was not the case, as in they could not take rounds where they needed to, and unfortunately they got taken down as a result. And it seems like Kyo has requested a pause for the side of Gazelles Esports. So we're going to be coming back to us, ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for, wait for the players to come back nice and quickly and give ourselves the match back, the action back as well. As in the meanwhile, all things considered, I have to say, Vroom Vroom are nice in the rounds where they're really coordinating and doing things, but on the rounds that they're not, like the last round, it feels like the brakes are applied a little too abruptly and they can't really transition into smooth cruising for the rounds. Sure, it was round 7, the first round after the half, so they might just be trying to see what Gazelles are all about on the defense. So I can give them that. But now they will need to, amp things up again if they want to win this map and go into map number 2, Clubhouse, in a 1-0.
Like in that previous round, I was a bit skeptic on what exactly was happening in that previous round. Like Gazelle Esports had 3 deployable shields. All right. I'm still trying to figure out where exactly the third deployable shield was being placed, because according to the operator specs, let me just, I'm just looking at the video right now. You have Crisis playing as the alibi. That's one deployable shield. You have Cure playing as the smoke. That's a second deployable shield. Where did the third deployable shield come from? That's the main question I have to ask, because Jaeger has a barbed wire. Mute has a C4, and Melusi has an impact. So I'm still scratching my head and I'm trying to understand, where did that deployable shield come from? Because I saw 3 deployable shields, one from Statue, the other at the the connector wise in towards the Astronomy, and also the Astronomy which connects the angle right in towards the bathroom side. So how did that happen? Do you have any ideas about that, Jack?
I think we'll find out when we go into the game, won't we? I mean, this operator configuration that we're seeing in front of us, right, clearly does not have a third shield. But I don't think this was the same configuration we saw now, was it? I feel like there was an operator different in the last round. Let me just
look at again. You see 3 deployable shields again from Gazelle. Look on your top left. It says 2/1, 2 which has already been placed. There's another extra deployable shield from Gazelle Esports, and they've placed it in a place but I have no idea.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like that's probably just the HUD bugged out.
5 seconds.
No, like even with the HUD bug, I still see like in the previous round, I did see 3 deployable shields being placed. I was just a bit, I was a bit, scratching my head and realizing what was happening. Maybe it should have been. Yeah, my bad. Never mind. I got way too excited about that now, did I?
Right. Yeah, because I'm looking at, the previous round as well. There's no way they could have had 3. Okay,
Yeah,
there's no way
like
they could have had three because they don't have the ops to have three, and I don't necessarily recall there being three either. So let's not dwell on that too much because you know it's all going to be just fine. You know, it's all going to be
yeah.
just fine, and we are going to be just fine from here as well. Hopefully, Vroom Vroom is as well. That is, of course, the required condition for Vroom Vroom. They need to be fine and they need to be doing fine to continue winning rounds. This Crisis, oh dear me, he's taking a lot right now. Flashbangs and shots, and there we go. Nexus is going to come in and take the kill. Crisis is off the board.
Well, Crisis is definitely off the board as he was trying to hold his angle in towards the astronomy site. Now the attackers have complete control on second floor trophy and statuary room. Now they're just slowly pushing themselves into the site on second floor ABG. Now Nemesis is currently using the deployable shield right from the 90s angle. You even have Nexus who is slowly making his way from that particular place. Now the only difference that I have to ask is how will Room proceed? Drone nodes will also come in to give them vital information on exactly where their location are. About those barbed wires being placed, you even have Music J bringing in the Sophia. You even have the concussion needs to take out very important utilities on the side of the defenders. You have the Aruni Surya Gate, which could quite possibly, force the attackers to use one of their utilities. The grenade being thrown out, will this work out? No, it does not, but that C4 was detonated in a place where it wasn't supposed to go through. Another grenade will get tossed out, gets caught up from the Jaeger's ADS, which means the deployable shield is still alive, and with 50 seconds left, Gazelle Esports are definitely holding their ground, but at how much time will they, can they do it?
Well, all things considered, again, it's going to come down to how Vroom Vroom executes from here. They still haven't gotten around to it, mind you. They're taking a little bit of chip damage from Kyo, doing so much work from inside of Vault. Eagle Eye is going to find an easy kill onto Music J. You gotta watch where you're going, man. You gotta make sure Study is covered. Sure, there's people in Vault, but there's also people in 90, and there's just so many areas you have to watch for regardless, as you have more damage being taken. Hulky just running towards his death, but there's going to be a kill taken, and Dash goes down in the meanwhile. Here comes another. Eagle Eye finds Nexus. Chimpy's going in. He's trying to go all in, but unfortunately he can't. Nemesis will shut him down. And Gazelle Esports will once again hold against all odds to take another round in their favor. 4-4 is the scoreline going into the 9th round, and Vroom Vroom, unfortunately, I don't know what exactly went wrong right there. I feel like they took just a little too long to get any clearance in, and when they even did, they didn't push Study, they didn't push 90. All of them just kind of try to push a single-ish direction and got taken out as a result. And now that has given Gazelles the time and the opportunity to equalize.
Yep, equalize is exactly what Gazelle Esports needs, so that they can proceed towards the next round. With the side being on first for dining in kitchen, 4-4 will be the equalizer. And with a Crisis, we still bring in the alibi. Purple Shield, such an important and a useful tool for them to use. Also, didn't mention you even have the holograms, which will immediately give away the attacker's position if shot at. They have to be careful about it as well. C4s, you have 2 C4s from Nemesis and Eagle Eyes. You have 2 deployable shield from Crisis and Cure, which would in fact help them aid in defending this site. Now, talking about a site like First Floor Kitchen and Dining, the main objective for the attacker is to immediately get control on astronomy and trophy statuary room. That's exactly where they could conduct their work, using that vertical site to their advantage. And last time I remember, when Gazelle Esports were the one on attack in the first half, things did not go quite smoothly in their favor, because you had Hulky with the C4s. You even had such huge amount of information being relayed for the defensive side, and they have a lot of opportunities to even get it. So they, in fact, they didn't had any much more problems to deal with. But for now, we'll see Vroom Vroom, aka Nexus, who is slowly making his way from the red stairs corridor. Well, he's trying to find at least one player on the side of Gazelle Esports. Now, It is going to be very interesting to look at because the attackers, aka the Sledge, who in at the early round itself making a very risky push, who is all by himself, doesn't have any cover from his team, and if Sledge goes down, there won't be any trade from Vroom Vroom whatsoever, which is going to put Gazelle Esports in a bigger advantage, and you definitely don't want to give them that bigger advantage as we see Nexus contesting against Fuse Bomb, and here comes Alliance EE1D, the grenade beautifully timed as the Jaeger, who was just trying to play as safely as possible that he could not. But here comes Crisis right from the Astro to take out Hulky.
And there goes another one. In the meanwhile, Nemesis will find Music J, and that is going to be one more down. Once again, the advantage that, you know, Vroom Vroom found is being taken and torn apart, and, you know, that, of course, is not good for them. As in the meanwhile, Gamer Syndicate, see, I did that. I did it. I was saying I was gonna make that mistake. I was very close to making it for so long, and I finally did. Sorry about that. Gazelle's Esports are going to be the ones to take the man count advantage and once again put the brakes on Vroom Vroom's advances. Nexus slowly approaching from below pantry stairs, but you gotta watch Astro. There are no drones, there's no clearance, they're not watching for each other. Chimpy missing his shots entirely, gets taken down by Nemesis, and that's going to leave Dash, the last one standing. The Lion inside the Memorial. How much can he do? 40 seconds in hand and one more scan. He's going to get a kill, but that is going to reveal his position. He needs a couple more, though, if he wants to clear himself into the site, and there's not really much he can do. You know, just looking at it realistically, even if he gets the one behind the table, right? He's not really going to be able to do much about this. Oh, dear me, look at him. He's having a bit of a hard time right there with that Banshee. And then, of course, is the fact that the, you know, smokes gas canisters came out. He's trying to throw something, a flashbang. It's not going to work. Unfortunately, his life gets thrown away to the wayside. And Gazelle Esports are now looking stronger than ever before. Villa is a defender side of map, folks. And that means Gazelles have just made it a 5-4 by winning this defensive round of their own. And that is just not going to leave Vroom Vroom in a good position. They have very little room to work with anymore. And that is, you know, not the best for Vroom Vroom. I mean, they're trying. Don't get me wrong. They really are trying. But Gazelles are simply outdoing them.
Yeah, I guess so. And yeah, talk about you know, Nemesis, who just making some extraordinary plays on his end. And whereas Vroom
Defenders,
Vroom,
protect your
who
bombs
just
from
went
being
quite
defused by
aggressive right
attackers.
from the red stairs hallway. We in fact even saw the Sledge opening up yet another angle right from the red stairs entryway, where there is a soft wall where you can look in towards Memorial Room. He thought he could use that advantage, and evidently he did. He even used the grenade, followed up with a beautiful timing from the Lions EE1D to force him to stay on a particular place. The grenade did land on his place, giving Fuse Bomb the kill that he giving Fuse Bomb an uneventful death, as I like to call it. Very unfortunate that he had to get caught up in a situation like that, but it is what it is. Talk about Gazelle Esports, even with that huge disadvantage that they had, Vroom Vroom cornering them wasn't even good enough. And with Gazelle Esports winning 3 defensive rounds back to back, there is highly likely a chance where Gazelle Esports can be able to swing it back on Map Villa, winning again another 3 rounds back to back. This can happen, Jack, because they've won second floor trophy, they've won second floor aviator, and also on first floor dining. It's going to be the same side yet again, which Gazelle Esports have the higher chances of winning this round.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to whether or not Vroom Vroom can improve from their mid-round issues and their mid-round situations. That is really what is hurting them so much. They are good in the early round, but the mid-round is where things start to go a little bit wrong. And I know I've said this time and time again, but, you know, it's just been that way. That's really the main problem I'm seeing here right here. In the mid-round, they either lose their drones or lose whatever info potential they have, and then start getting taken out as a result. Eagle Eyes in the meanwhile is actually going to take the first kill this time around. Music J off the board. Unfortunately, the Zofia is down and out. That's going to make it a 5v4 going into the rest of round 10.
Boy, looks like the countdown still continues as EE1D gives info, and so does the Alibi's Prismas, immediately detecting where exactly Hulky's location is, and Fuse Bomb takes use of that advantage. Beautiful shot there to take out Hulky, putting themselves in a 4-3, as Dash, Chimpy, and Nexus are the only 3 players left, and they're trying their best to take out the players on the side of Gazelle Esports. The way how Gazelle Esports are defending at that time, they haven't lost a single round, and that's going to hurt Vroom Vroom a lot. The RC Rateros would be used to open up an entryway in towards the wall side, and also an access in towards ATG. That's quite a lot of utilities being used on that particular place, knowing that the site is on second floor trophy and statuary room. So I believe that they will slowly make their way in towards the statue, hoping that they would get those kills as best as possible. And Shimpy, who is currently holding an angle right in towards the landing
Attackers have
zone, thinking
located
that
a bomb.
there might be a particular person in towards statue, so he needs to be careful on that particular place. And with just 50 seconds left, silence
Attackers dropped the
continues,
diffuser.
and Vroom Vroom needs to make their step.
Absolutely. Vroom Vroom, once again, in a situation where they need to make a play, and it seems like they're gearing up to do so, but there are so many areas that they still haven't taken full control of. Fuse Bomb, in the meanwhile, will be spotted by the Lion scan, but it's not going to matter too much. He is still, alive, still doing work, and that is what matters here as the gas grenade goes out and shots are about to fire. Is Nexus going to get that? No, he's not. Unfortunate. Nemesis is going to be the one to take that kill as another gas grenade goes out. Chimpy needs to move, and he will, getting out of the range of that thing very soon indeed. But 10 seconds remain. Dash, you need to be a little more careful. Fuse Bomb and Crisis will shut them down, and Gazelles will take another round. Vroom Vroom once again. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with them. However, they are not looking too good. They looked so good in the first half. Unfortunately, in the second half, they have not seen that same level of success. Gazelles will take map point, going 6-4 up, as Vroom Vroom now is going to have to contend with the fact that they might just end up losing the first map.
Boy, not looking too good for Vroom Vroom there. The way how confident they were in first half immediately went down in the second half. They were the one on attack. Unfortunately, it is Vroom Vroom attack coordination on map Villa is definitely not working in their favor. And also, we are going to see Gazelle Esports be on match point.
Attackers
4
need to
back-to-back
locate and
defender
defuse
wins
bombs.
as we proceed to round 11. It's the same map, no, sorry, not same map. I would say same OPEC from Vroom Vroom side, and there will be some slight changes in Gazelle's Esports OPEC. You have Eagle Eyes bringing in the Aruni. You have Nemesis with the Mute, and Cure will be the one to bring in the Alibi. Most of the time, it was Crisis who was bringing in the Alibi, but it's going to be him who's going to do the anchoring towards the site on second floor AVG. Now, talking about Gazelle Esports' performance in the first half on attack, it was a bit decent, not gonna lie. Gazelle Esports, they've only won 2 rounds on attack, which in fact was good. They took out the Romers first, and then they immediately went in towards the side where they had no issues dealing with the other 3 players on the side of Team Vroom Vroom. But other than that, Gazelle Esports very confident on second half. They haven't lost a single defensive round, and they want to continue that streak. And since they are on match point, it is 6-4. Vroom Vroom needs to figure out a way to come back, knowing that they have to win 2 attack rounds to put this match on overtime. Will this happen? Will it not? It's all about that time. We just have 2 minutes of time left. It's the early phase as well. It's the early phase. You just need to wait for the attackers to do their work. The drone works, the grenades in fact would work out well, but Pure
Oh,
takes
dear me.
one, as Nexus's grenade will claim the life as well. An immediate trade out coming in from them.
That right there is the definition of martyrdom. If we all remember that achievement. Music is going to be taking a bit of damage in the meanwhile. Sorry for taking over so abruptly, Baba, as he will now push up nice and quickly towards statuary. He's got to be a little careful, of course, mind you. He hasn't had the best of times in this match, but that does not take away from the fact that he is an excellent Rainbow Six Siege person and player for that matter. Probably just having a bit of a bad day. That's all there is to it, ladies and gentlemen. But that's a discussion for another time. Let's not have that right now in the middle of the match, as there is only minute 30 remaining. Once again, what Vroom Vroom needs to do here is to clear out the utility. There we go. There's probably an areas there that needs to be burnt as well. And then push in towards site once you have the clearance. Nemesis has taken a bit of damage right there. He is still alive, and that's what matters for him and his team. But what they need to do is get rid of the shield and get rid of operators. Oh, dear me, Eagle Eye is going to take a big one. Dash, you saw that line of sight. He probably could have, gotten a kill or two had he peeked that a little bit more confidently, or if he had that info that was so very much needed. Shots fired again. Hulky is a little low. You have to be careful of study, folks. This is not looking too good for the side of Room as they are definitely taking a beating, unfortunately so, in this second half. Not to their detriment, mind you. They can only learn and get better from this as a result. As the gas grenade will go out, is it going to do any damage? No, it is not. Hulky is still safe here for the time being, as another Lion scan. EE1D is going to go out. That was the last one, mind you, as all that remains for the side of the attack is to clear out Vault and maybe clear out Study. Then they can go, and Dash is exactly trying to do that, but he still hasn't been successful because there's Fusebomb watching his cross. You can see that Eagle Eye is actually going to drop down, and Dash is going to get down. Hulky's going to get taken care of, and it's all up to Chippy once again. Last one standing. He's found one. Can he find any more? He's actually going to go for the plant. Seafor's coming out. It's not actually going to find him. Wait a minute. Is he still somehow going to be able to get the plant off? No, he's not. There we go. Crisis comes in, and he's going to take the kill and the finisher for the game. 7-4. Well, finisher for the map, excuse me, right there. 7-4 to the side of Gazelle's Esports, as they will be the ones to finish off strong and take map 1 under their belts. Very good performance from them, I have to say. And on the other side, from Vroom, there are definite areas that need to be improved upon, and they will need to take this break between maps to really, talk about what went wrong for them in this match, how they can improve, how they can get better, and how they can continue to strive forward as a result. But of course, map 2, that is where we will see all of that happen. And that, map is going to be Clubhouse. But before we get into it, we're going to have to take a quick break. Until then, stay tuned.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.
All All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 2, supported by Ubisoft, here with their host Blackjack and Baba Gusta, as we are here once again for the continuation of match number 4 of the quarterfinals. That is correct. It's the last match of this stage of the tournament. Vroom Vroom versus Gazelles Esports, a match that has already seen its first map being played. That map being, of course, Villa. That was just concluded about a couple minutes. I think it was like 2 minutes, 2 minutes ago. Yeah, 2 minutes ago. 7-4 to Gazelles Esports after a brilliant 4-2 lead taken by Vroom Vroom. Unfortunately, on the second half, when Gazelles Esports went to defense, Vroom Vroom did not win a single round, which is a little sad, admittedly. But it is what it is. They unfortunately will have to now contend with the fact that they are 0-1 down on the map count, Vroom Vroom that is, and need to win Clubhouse and, of course, Cafe, as you can see in the map bands in front of you here and now. This is, of course, Vroom Vroom's pick. Oh, man. It just hit me that I'm saying vroom vroom every time, like it's no big deal. Who would have thought when I started casting for the Esports Club way back in April of 2020 that I would be here a little over a year and some months later with a team named Vroom Vroom, made of some very interesting personalities indeed. I certainly wouldn't have, but life comes at you fast, as we will, of course, be heading into Clubhouse in just a short moment once we get the ready confirmations from both sides. And if Vroom Vroom were to win this map, we'll be going straight to Cafe for the decider game, ladies and gentlemen. So there's definitely plenty to get hyped for. As in the meanwhile, we've got the ready confirmation coming in from Kyo, and I believe Vroom Vroom might also be ready, maybe not just yet. So that gives us a little bit of time to do what we usually do when it comes to maps like these, predictions, and thereby activating the caster's curse. Baba Gusta, what do you say?
Well, every time I try to say something, it always becomes the opposite. So since Gazelle Esports have won their first map on Villa, I'd say that Vroom Vroom has a chance to win on map Clubhouse because it's their pick. They're the ones who picked map Clubhouse. So we're going to see that with the matches being underway, ladies and gentlemen. So without having any more further delays, we'll just begin our map number 2, where we see Vroom Vroom on attack, Gazelle Esports on defense. As we start off with the ban phase, we will see Gazelle Esports be the one to ban the ban in the beginning. So talk about Gamer Syndicate and their amazing comeback in the second half, winning 5 defensive rounds back to back. That's an amazing one to keep look at, Jack. And talk about Vroom Vroom having so much issues on their attack phase. Hopefully they shouldn't have any issues on map Clubhouse. And to start it off, we'll be able to see Gazelle Esports banning out the first important operator of the day, and it is going to be none other than the Thatcher. At this point, the only round where we were so happy to see Thatcher was at a match where MRCZ went up against Red Vipers. But for now, we'll just head into the second ban, in which we'll see Vroom Vroom banning out the Jackal, which means that every single hard breaches you have, name it Hibana, Maverick, Ace, and Thermite, is still available for the attackers to be in play, which means opening up walls should be easier, except Thatcher still won't be available in play. But the interesting one to be looking at is Vroom Vroom banning out the Mute, which means that we'll be able to see Vroom Vroom bring in Flores more often and also give them the opportunity to destroy deployable shields even much easier. And also, with the last ban coming in as Gazelle Esports ban in the Kaid, that would be the end of the ban phase. With Gazelle Esports currently being the one in map point, they have to see whether if they could survive map Clubhouse, or we might be able to see Vroom Vroom make some impressive plays on their end.
That they could. However, like we saw in the previous map, there will be problems that Vroom Vroom end up facing. Mind you, again, Clubhouse is generally considered to be a defender-sided map. And if the performance from Vroom Vroom is anything similar to what we saw in the previous round, then we, of course, will, see Gazelles Esports probably taking more rounds than, Vroom Vroom would like to admit. But then again, it is Clubhouse, which has been historically a little bit indecisive about whether or not it's defender sided or attacker sided. So you never really know when it comes to this map now, do you?
Attackers need
I
to
certainly
locate and
don't.
defuse
Because the
bomb.
days I say it's defender sided, attacker start winning rounds. The day I say it might be attacker sided, defenders start winning rounds. Caster's Curse 101, ladies and gentlemen. Commentator's Curse as well. You know, it's not just Rainbow Six or just esports where this thing exists. It exists everywhere. I remember back in the days when I used to watch a lot of cricket. I used to watch the sport a lot. And I remember that term so well. And here I am experiencing it. Like I said, life comes at you hard. As round one is going to see us
10
go to
seconds
basement
to go.
church and arsenal room from the side of Gazelle's Esports. It's a fairly,
5 seconds
well,
left.
I was going to say a fairly standard hold from them until I realized that they in fact have
Attackers
Mozzie.
locate and
Kyo
defuse the
has
bomb.
brought out the drone denial and information type up and info denial type up. I mean, Mozzie covers so many roles. He covers info denial, drone denial, and of course, by capturing drones, he gains info for his own team, and that info can be converted into kills, similar to how Valkyrie is, but instead of a static black eye camera, you've got a living, well, not living, I guess, but moving drone. Which in a lot of ways, if you have, you know, the Mozzie free and secure in a site or somewhere safe, then you can actually get a lot of intel out of one Mozzie drone alone, let alone 3. So he's a very, very vital operator to have on a map like Clubhouse, where information really does outshine everything else. Sure, you can have your utility and you can have everything else, but if you're spotted, your position given away, and attackers coming towards you to kill you and, you know, taking down your teammates at the same time because they have that information, well, all your utility will have gone to waste. All teams who play this map competitively know that very, very well. And that is what we are probably going to see here as Eagle Eyes. Wait a minute, he's going to start off very strong by taking down Music J. Unfortunately, Music J's bad day continues as we have round one's first casualty.
With Music J down on the side of Vroom, game is... oh my goodness, I just cannot believe I said that. Gazelle Esports on defense might have a difficulties dealing with these operators, and looks like Eagle Eye wants to continue his aggression, taking out Dash as well, with the cost of Cure, with the Mozzie down and out. Eagle Eye is the only operator who is currently roaming around second floor, towards the second floor building. Now they just have to worry about opening up the hatches
A
in
bomb
towards
has been
kitchen.
located.
And it's been left with either Chimpy, who still has a total of 2 exothermic charges, one which will be used to open up the bar hatch. Shouldn't have much anymore. It shouldn't have much of any problem to be dealing with because the kite has been banned. You don't have to worry about it. But Eagle Eye, on the other hand, my goodness, he is very low on HP. It's just 1 HP, and somehow he survives most of those gunfights. But look at that C4 will be able to down Chimpy, but it's too late. They've opened up the wall, actually the hatch. Now they'll be able to go in for the revive thanks to Hulky. But look at that. Vroom. There's 2 players in towards the hatch. The defuse has been downed. The grenade's been thrown around to make sure that none of the players on the side of the Arsenal room would have any opportunities. And Nexus is thinking of an opening, and that opening has been closed as Nexus takes a beautiful headshot, taking out Nemesis right from that particular place in towards the Arsenal room. And I believe Vroom is free to go in for that first. The only difference is that Chimpy is currently the one who has the diffuser in hand. The smoke gas canister which will never allow Thermite to be in that particular place. But look at that, Hulky is already in and smashing. He gets 2 kills, and he has to wait for the last player to come in, and that's going to be Fuse Bomb. And you'll be able to see Nexus to come in at the right time to take out the final player on the side of Team Gazelle Esports. First round. Good job from Nexus, immediately, realizing the angle that, Snow Eyes, actually, Eagle Eyes was playing at that time. One immediate pre-fire. I mean, he was so low on HP, couldn't do anything at that point, but he still survived the round and made sure that we'll be able to see Vroom win their first attack site. As we proceed to round 2, Church and Arsenal room will be the site hit again.
Quite a good round, I have to say. Quite a good round from the side of Vroom. Again, it's just the fact that they realized where the problem was for them in the mid-round. And sure, they lost a couple of players very early, which definitely did not help them. Music J and Dash going down. But what they did do was take advantage of where Gazelles was going wrong. Gazelles, they rely on the players who really gun for the round win, right? You have Fuse Bomb, you have Nemesis, you have Cure, Eagle Eyes. They can all gun quite well. But then you have the, really, really big gunner in Fuse Bomb who can just do so much work just by themselves. And then you have Q and Eagle Eye supporting every now and again. It makes for a very formidable combination. However, you take Fuse Bomb down or you take Eagle Eyes down, and suddenly things are a little bit more shaky for Gazelles. They no longer have that reliability of the trio that, really goes out there and gets things done, while the support players hang back, use their utilities, give them information with the cams and all that stuff, and play for the round. Once that chain is broken, you have a team that starts getting shaky, that starts getting a little jumpy, that isn't as sure of their positions as they normally would be. And that is where you take the advantage. I think Vroom Vroom might have just realized that between games, especially given the way the Villa game went, and they might just try to take advantage of that fact. Crisis, in the meanwhile, saw the drone, which saw him push up towards where this Maverick is. Hulky, careful, careful. He's making all these lines of sight, but he's got to be careful where he puts his head. If his head is right there next to it, and if the smoke had been peeking right there, then Crisis would have had a very, very, very good kill right instantly, literally instantly. Another Lion Scan goes out. Kyo will be spotted, but he's making his way back to site, so he is just fine. Eagle Eyes is the one that Vroom Vroom seems to want gone. Understandably so. Like I said, Eagle Eyes has been one of those players who has been really a pain for them so far. Red Mark does come out, and a pre-fire will happen as well. Eagle Eyes takes damage. His position is now given away, but they need more players to emphasize on this position. Nexus, oh dear me, he does get the grenade off, but it's not going to work because it fell outside. Where was the Sophia? Nowhere close enough, but Music J does come in for the revenge kill, and that's going to be Eagle Eyes on the board. Hulky is actually pushing down main stairs already, but he's being spotted. That's a Valkyrie camera, so he's got to be careful of where he goes from there. 4v4.
4v4. And yet we see an equalizer again this time, as Vroom Vroom is currently the one facing heat, whereas Gazelle Esports are just patiently waiting for their attackers to make their move. Now, last time I remember, it was Hulky who just was very sneaky right in towards the hallway side of Church, who did get 2 of the important kills on the side of Vroom Vroom. Unless and until, of course, if one of the players that I believe was Nemesis, who was just holding the angle with the pixel, with the prone angle being placed around in towards the motor's side. If that did work out well, it would have worked out well. But look at that, the C4 will work it out, taking out Chimpy right in towards the kitchen hatch, and I believe opening up the kitchen hatch is going to be even a tough one, because that is your Heart Breacher taken care of, and Hulky is currently the one holding the main stairs angle. With just 25 seconds left, the only chance that they have is just immediately push in towards the tunnel side, in which that is not going to happen as well. The sprint will come in, and again we will see Nemesis and a pre-fire galore from Music J as he takes out Nemesis, and here comes in with the immediate refrag. Just 10 seconds left, an accidental TK from the smoke. This is going to be huge here for Vroom Vroom if they take care of that situation. But no, Crisis will come in at the right time to take out both of the players on the side of Team Vroom Vroom and give Gazelle Esports the win on Basement Church and Arsenal Room, equalizing it 1-1 as we proceed to round 3, with the side being on second floor CCTV/cash room. Music J finally being embraced for the past 9 rounds, that he finally did get a single kill. Also, yes, celebrations for Music J, but I really don't think that's going to work out much on Music J's end, because although yes, I have to admit he's been supporting his team with the amount of utilities that he has. He's trying to provide his support via the drone works, but when it comes to the execution wise, I believe Vroom Vroom needs to be careful on some certain executions. Hopefully they could fix that issue out, or maybe if they could bring in a Hibana instead of a Thermite in the previous round, that would have been an easier hatch opening for the attacker side.
I think it's more of a case of, sure, they're not really having that much of a good time, especially with the fact that we saw the return of those same issues that I talked about in the mid to late round with Vroom Vroom, which is to say that they seem to, waffle around quite a bit. And when I say waffle, I don't mean it in the same way that the Siege content creators do. I mean, it's like they're doing things and they're trying to get stuff done, but they're taking just a little bit too long to get it done. You know what I mean? There's no speed or
5 seconds
efficiency,
left
at least to
before
the same
insertion.
level that we have come to associate with some of the higher tier teams of the
Attacker's
region.
objective is to locate a
And
bomb and
that, of
defuse
course,
it.
does not lend itself well to Vroom Vroom, because they, in the current meta of the game, need to get things done. They need to get it done before the minute mark so that they can really get information and set up the play and the push. That execute, when it is set up well and in time, can do wonders for your team. But that's not what we've seen from them. And there are, plenty of reasons why. Probably maybe they're just not, all that versed with that playstyle. Maybe they're just having a few issues on their own, and maybe the communication isn't all that, up there for them right now. It could be a whole bunch of things, and there could be, a billion reasons why, but that isn't why we're here. What we're here to see is how they improve from the situation that they found themselves in, how they get better, and how they push themselves up as a result. And I will say, at the very least, from what I've seen from them so far, sure, they might not be getting all the kills, or they might be having trouble in the mid round, but at the very least, they are, from what it looks like, they are just vibing. They're chilling. They know that they probably aren't going to have an easy time of this. They came in prepared with that knowledge. But they are also fully willing to just, just chill out, just enjoy themselves while they're here. And the ability to be able to do that is something I will always cover. If you can chill out despite being on the throes of a loss, well, that is something I can deeply respect. As Music J, in the meanwhile, it has somebody's, well, I was going to say he had somebody in his sights, but in the meanwhile, beautifully done by Kyo to find the player on garage stairs. He's going to take down Chimpy, as Nexus was the one to find Eagle Eyes. Big drop, as Nexus is now going to push up very aggressively towards the top of Garage Catwalk. Take care of all the utilities here. In the meanwhile, Hulky, seeing the Surya Gate activate in front of him, he can't really do much about it. He's just going to wait, use some utility, or have somebody else use their utility to burn it out, and then push in. Kill's going to go down, beautifully done by Music J, covering from down below. Marks come out. They need a Grenadier to take care of that, but will it matter? Nexus comes in, finds Nemesis. Now, it's all down to the 4v2.
4v2, and currently Gazelle having so much issues. But look at that huge amount of kills coming in from Crisis. Switching it out from behind to try to use the shotgun to get that kill. But in the end, Dash will immediately realize what's been happening around. He just fall back and get the final kill, eliminating Smoke, and give Vroom Vroom their win on second for CCTV and Cash Room. Very well done from Vroom Vroom, using that vertical line of sight to its advantage. And I believe Music J was the one who used that vertical line of sight to his advantage, right into towards the launch side, taking out the player in towards the cash room, giving them the push that they desperately needed, and put themselves in the lead 2-1. As we proceed to round 4, the site for them to be defending will be on CCTV and Cash Room yet again. And also, I have to talk about Hulky, where he immediately thrown out all 3 of his Summer Breach charges, one to give an angle and the other 2 to give an immediate access in towards CCTV. It was so fast at that time that even Bandit couldn't get to realize what exactly was happening. He couldn't even get in towards the wall to commence a Bandit trick, and it was too late for him to do so, evidently leaving the entire CCTV wall uncontested. You even had Vroom Vroom holding out multiple angles and also forcing the player, I believe that was the Vomai, who placed all of his 3 magnet grenades running towards the garage catwalk to have a fully fledged hold. Unfortunate that it didn't get to happen, and unfortunate that it didn't work out for Gazelle Esports at that time. Although I do have to, appreciate Crisis using the SMG-11 to get 1 kill when the execute did happen on CCTV. A shotgun kill to take out Hulky. And then in the third, the smoke gas grenade to deny the plant from Dash. All 3 at the same time. It's not an easy job to do all of those 3 works both at the same time in a single round. And Crisis just immediately does that. He immediately realized what has been happening, and he plays according to the role. And talk about Dash, who immediately just got lucky because he didn't, because the smoke didn't have enough SMG-11 bullets left, and he couldn't get to reload it. And we all know what was going to happen next in the end. Although I would say a great effort from Crisis, as Gazelle Esports will, however, lose the lead. But talk about Vroom Vroom. this is the time for them to continue because their score count is at 2-1. One more win, and they'll be able to get a tremendous lead in round 4.
That is for sure. If Vroom Vroom is able to make this round their own, like they have been trying to so far, they might just actually end up turning things around compared to where they were in the previous map. But that will require a very large amount of effort. Impact Nade goes out. That will take out the Summer Breach. That was doing the second bit of breaching right there. Music is going to take a bit of damage. Not sure exactly where from. Wow, all right. Excuse me for that one. Seems like we have a jacuzzi wall breach from the Zofia, but he's gonna have to contend with the Frost, and that Frost being, of course, Kyo, means that Music J is not about to get out of there unscathed entirely. Does he even know where the Frost is? I don't think so. A drone needs to go out from him sooner or later. Eagle Eyes, oh boy, he is under some fire right now. He is also firing back to see if he can find exactly where this person is. Flashbang goes out. Eagle Eyes has been flashed, and his position sort of given away. Music J jumps in. Wait a minute, he's in here right now. The Frost, where is she? Oh, dear me. Dash does take one, and Nexus takes the other, but Kyo does find Music J in the meanwhile. Eagle Eyes finds Shimpy. It's a 3v3 as bodies are dropping all over the place.
It is dropping, but Vroom Vroom is currently the one facing the other end with Hulky being down from a Frost mat. Or should I say Pog mat. Already in 45 seconds, he will get revived back to 10 HP, but that's a lot of damage done with a single welcome mat. But we will see the Argus camps being placed around towards the construction site as they've made a decision to push in towards construction. Eagle Eyes, on the other hand, takes out Hulky with a beautiful headshot, coming up with a dash, doing the same, taking out the player in towards the garage. Catwalk, look at that, Nemesis. This is a huge drop coming in from him as he takes out Nexus, which leads to dash, uncontested and unchallenged, as we see Gazelle Esports win yet another round on CCTV and Cash Room. Actually, I wouldn't say another round. I would say it's an equalizer, 2-2. As we proceed to round 5, the competition is getting fierce between Vroom Vroom and Gazelle. And with the side being on Basement Church and Arsenal Room, I really hope so that we might be able to see Hibana. There you go, Chimpe bringing in the Hibana. This is actually a good way to open up hatches faster and efficient, especially on, on towards the kitchen hatch. You really don't have to be in kitchen. You just have to, rappel in towards the kitchen window. Just use the Excaros pellets, all 4 of them. Use it, detonate it, open up all of those 3 hatches. You don't have to worry about you just don't have to worry about anything at all. Although you still need to worry about impact nades being thrown from Melusi, maybe from Valkyrie if she has an impact, but other than that, everything will look out well. 6-pick will come in from Nexus as it switches in from the Choo Choo Blitz to the Boom Boom Fuse as we proceed around 5.
All right. I see what's going on here. The Fuse from Nexus, I like to see. And that is, primarily just me being a Fuse main and nothing more to it, folks. That is what we want, if you will. Or I want to see. I want to see Fuse. I want to see him be applied here, Don't break the hat just yet. Get a cluster charge in and get rid of utility. Fuse is actually really, really good for that. If that does actually end up happening, then let me tell you, folks, that will have cleared out so many of the issues that Vroom Vroom has. They don't necessarily like to clear out too much utility, or, even if they do, it doesn't really help them because they don't have clearance on site. They can leave a cluster charge in an important area and have somebody just stop there, maybe doing some verticality, maybe a buck or a sledge like Hulky or Dash, and then give the call to Nexus, you get the cluster charge off, and you clear out any particular area that you want cleared out, and then move forward from there. Again, there can be things done, and that's just scratching the surface of what you can do with Fuse. All you need is a little bit of coordination and a little bit of good, solid team play, and boom, you have, 5 boom grenades going off all over the place. 20 in total because he has 4 cluster charges, because of course, why not? But in the meanwhile, Kyo is actually up above. Interestingly enough, we saw him all the way up on 2nd floor. So is Eagle Eyes, and there we go. The first kill will be taken. Music off the board. Unfortunately, I don't think that Vroom Vroom was quite aware of Gazelle's presence up above with Eagle Eyes on second floor doing so much work to try and deny as much as he can. No! Dash, I don't know if you heard the shots that were fired. There were a couple of shots fired from the Aruni, mind you. But unfortunately, Dash is still going to go down. And Nexus in the meanwhile is going to find Eagle Eyes. There we go, a good kill. The Fuse comes in with a much needed kill. And that is going to just slightly make things a little better in a 3v4.
I just realized that Fuse is, Nexus is playing the shield Fuse. And with the pistol that he caught off, taking out Eagle Eyes, things will be a bit much more difficult. Let's not forget the PMM. Wait, is it a PMM or not? Because PMM deals significantly a lot of damage and also considered to be one of the high damage pistol weapon of all time. 65 damage. That's quite a lot, especially on a pistol. I believe that it's not going to be the one. It's going to be a different one. But enough about now. Talking about the round that's been happening around. We see Vroom Vroom successfully opening up the kitchen hatch and Chimpy taking quite a lot of damage from a particular place that I'm not really sure of. There is one defender who's playing at a K9 spot, and also there is one holding out an angle from that particular place as well. Look at that. One of the players has been dropped down. It's going to be Chimpy. Right towards the kitchen, and Hulky is also taking quite a lot of damage where he goes in for the revive. Nemesis, good read as he takes out Hulky into the Arsenal side, and another drop will come in. The smoke gas can is taking quite a lot of damage to the Fuse. But guess what? He has a shield in his hand. He's going to get that kill, but no, it's going to be Nemesis to take the final kill. And with it, we'll be able to see Gazelle Esports win yet another defensive round on Basement Church and Arsenal Room. Very well done from Gazelle Esports, especially from Eagle Eyes, who's been dealing quite a lot of damage on his end, taking on both Music J and Dash. Well, I could say that he just got dashed out of existence, especially on the logistics. Quite unfortunate that he had to deal a fatal blow.
You could say his hopes were dashed.
Ah, I see you're a man of culture as well, Jack.
I am. And I dash towards that culture as quickly as I can.
All right, that
was that too much of a dashing pun for you?
Yeah, I guess so, Jack. I guess the amount of puns that we make time and time again, it's always a competition between us, don't we? Huh?
It is.
You could be my arch nemesis, if you know what I mean.
I don't really know if nemesis is the right word for it, but you never really know.
I mean, a healthy competition, a healthy competition. Like, I wouldn't say nemesis as in like bad guy or something. When you like, does nemesis means that? Or is it?
Nemesis is kind of like a slightly worse version of rival. Rivals are.
Before insertion.
Yeah, alright. Looks like Hulky has said something in the all chat that I currently trying to find something.
There was something about, working all day where he works IRL and then coming back to a tournament in the middle of the weekday. It's kind of a thing. We don't really have much of a say in it because the nationals happen on the weekend. We can't really have a tournament happening alongside the nationals. So apologies, Hulky, but it is what it is. You're kind of going to have to contend with not being able to comprehend anything. And I believe one of his teammates actually put it quite succinctly in a way that I won't repeat because, I don't want to get in trouble. Thank you very much. But, yeah, all things considered, enough about the... Oh, dear me, there goes Nexus. He's going to be off the board, and no. That's the bruh in chat. Kyo's going to see that as well. He's probably going to have a little bit of a laugh. Unfortunate right there for Nexus. Is completely taken clean off with that nice shot that he got served. And mind you, the Mira is in play as well for this round on basement lawn, second floor gym. I was entirely on a different map with what I was about to say, but wait a minute, Chip is going to take a ton of damage from the UMP of the castle. Bryce is doing a little work right there. As more shots are fired, Dash is going to win that, but only to get taken down. He finds a Mira, only to also find a castle sitting inside of logistics. It's a 3v4. Vroom Vroom once again at a disadvantage.
Well, I think it's best for Vroom Vroom to put the pedal to the metal because Fuse Bomb is currently facing up against Music J. He's just making sure that it would be music to his ears. Unfortunately, getting a shot from the CXRX sniper rifle is not an easy job. Looks like we'll be able to see the castle making a quick rotate. Meanwhile, we see Nemesis trying to contest the hatch in towards logistics, and that push from Chimpy will fail because Fuse Bomb is still there in towards the bathroom side, uncontested, and another kill will come in, taking out Hully. Can he get the third? No, it does not. Music J misses out the opportunity, and here comes the UMP to get the final kill to take out Music J. And unfortunate that the power of acceleration and speed couldn't handle Vroom Vroom, and we will see Gazelle take a glorious fight as they will actually glorious flight as they will win round 6, second floor gym and bedroom, with that ending off the first half with Gazelle Esports 4-2 in favor for them. But I kind of feel like it's a bit of a feeling of a deja vu, because last time I remember 4-2 was the same first half that had happened to Vroom Vroom, where they've only won 4 defensive rounds. Actually, yeah, 4 attack rounds, and then immediately just went back up. Yeah.
You could say we've been in this place before.
Higher on the streets, and I definitely know
that it's our time to go into the next round and the other side of the half. Round 7, as Vroom Vroom now goes into the defense and Gazelles now goes out into the attack. You know how I was saying that I cannot do seamless transitions earlier in this match? Yeah, well, that was about as seamless as it can get, folks. But let's not talk about that too much. As Vroom Vroom...
Thanks for the save, though.
Hey, you know, it is what it is. This is how it works. You know, this is how dual casting works. You know, you say something, and I say something, and then we say something, and then we all get a match, and then we all commentate and have fun, and then go home and fall asleep. As now, what I was trying to say, going into round 7, Vroom Vroom being on the defense, of course, puts them at that, you know, clubhouse home field advantage. That is always nice to have. And when I say home field advantage, it is defense on clubhouse. Just like Gazelles showed, defense on clubhouse is definitely a good side to be on. Whether or not your opponents are up to the task of making attack a very big challenge, well, that is, of course, a fully subjective experience that I will not commentate on. But point notwithstanding, Vroom Vroom now have that advantage for themselves. How far can they push it? And can they stop Gazelles from winning out 2-0 and going into the semifinals? That is the real question. Kyo is going to go for, looks like a little, you know, circular breach on top of the main wall, CC wall of sight. Throw a grenade in. That grenade is going to cook slowly and get rid of the bandit batteries that Music J had put down. Impact nade does go up, but I don't think Dash actually managed to deny it, which is a little bit of a shame, as an impact denial is always really, really hyped to see. Nemesis in the meanwhile has taken a bit of damage, not sure exactly from where, but he's definitely got to be a little careful. Oh dear me, there's somebody on first floor. That seems to be Hulky. No, Hulky's actually coming down towards Lounge right now. Doesn't know where Viana is. He does not, and he's going to fall back. Dash is going to be the one to find Nemesis, take him down, make it a 5v4, and put the advantage in the favor of Vroom Vroom.
Well, dashing as ever, getting the first kill off of Nemesis for Gazelle Esports is going to put Vroom Vroom in a pretty good state. But for how long is the biggest question that I have to ask for the defensive side. Talk about Gazelle Esports, they still haven't opened up CCTV because they're pretty much worried about taking our players in towards the cash room and the amount of damage that Dash has been dealing around. He's still trying to contest talk, and it's not a good idea. But here comes another grenade from Crisis to take out our dashing hero Maestro, put themselves in yet another equalizer, and look at that, Eagle Eyes contesting the angle in towards the garage, and immediately fall back at the right time. Providing 2 distractions would be good for Chimpy to get distracted, and there you go. The distraction will come in as we see the garage entryway being taken out, as the grenade being tossed out from the Maverick. Talk about time, is just 40 seconds. They still haven't opened up CCTV, and yet they're trying their best to get that kill, and that beautiful headshot from Chimpy, and also another headshot from the P10 drone. He's going to claim the life of yet another one, which leads to Gazelle Esports only 2 players left. It is Fuse Bomb and Crisis. The two duo in action as we see a C4 being tossed out from Music J. Will this work out? No, it does not. Chimpy is still alive nonetheless as he takes out the final player. Actually, Fuse Bomb, which leads to Crisis in a very difficult state. He will equalize it 1-1, but he needs to find Chimpy. The only difference is that the diffuser has been dropped out in towards the balcony side. He knows exactly where he is. He needs to walk back, but he's a bit worried about what is actually going to happen. The pre-fire will come in and he will succeed.
boy.
What was that from Crisis? Grenade kill on one.
All right then.
Control on Cash Room, and the end we see him get control on Garage Catwalk as well, and that is what I'd like to call crisis averted from Gazelle Esports as they will win round 7, second for CCTV in Cash Room.
Oh dear me. I both don't and do like that at the same time. That's a good one. That's a good one. I'll give you that. As yeah, 5-2. Gazelles are leading by quite the margin right now. 1 run away from match point and series point at that. As Vroom Vroom is really staring down the proverbial barrel. Shimpy is going to take the 6th pick out of the Rook into the Thunderbird. As, you know, looking at the 1v2 in the last round, it was mostly Crisis doing just so much work, covering so much ground so quickly at that too. You know, with the Sledge with an L85, you normally don't see players do all of that in such small amount of time, but he managed to get in, find Music J, and then push out towards where the diffuser was. He had just enough time to do that, mind you, and he needed to get the kill because there was no way he was picking up diffuser safely from in front of the Jaeger, so he had to take the fight, and he did. And oh boy, did he win that fight. Well, he did that all just to win the round for his team, because he knows if they win it out here, they're done with this game. They don't have to stretch it out for long, and neither does, you know, him or the rest of his team. That's basically the point here. They want to win and they want to be done, but at the same time, Vroom Vroom aren't about to give up all that easily. They're going to have a little bit of something to say about the situation they found themselves in. Now, how far or how much they are willing to say is up to them entirely. But all things considered, going into the 8th round with the current situation as it is, it's not going to be too good for the side of the attack. Now, wait a minute, Nexus, has he been droned? He has been towards the main kitchen hallway, and his position given away means that there's going to be someone coming around towards the hallway door. Kyo's going to open that up. A drone comes out. Nexus takes it out. He's careful. He's being careful of Bar as well, as you should be. As in the meanwhile, you have shots fired from down below. Nemesis is, however, still safe for the most part. Nexus has actually run all the way upstairs. He's going to throw a C4 out. Is he going to detonate that? No, not yet. He does now. There we go. That is probably a scare for the IQ. As in the meanwhile, impact nades are going out to try and take care of the Hibana and Scarus pellets. And they will. But I think that's all the impact nades that they had. A little bit of a shame right there, as now Hibana can just open up the hatch without any issues. Sure, Eagle Eye will have less, you know, Excalibur pellets than he initially wanted, but it doesn't really matter. He can just use 2 more because the hatch is already partially broken. So plenty of headway being made and utilities being used up, but for Vroom Vroom, they're not really yielding as much as they want to unless the Mozzie has something to say about it.
Yep, that's exactly what you need to see, because Mozzie is currently the one who has the upper hand. Opening up that line of sight and also playing in towards the main stairs is going to cause a lot of problems. So for Vroom Vroom, but amidst all of that chaos, we will see Vroom Vroom get the upper hand, and Nexus wants to continue that aggression right in towards the kitchen side. Will be the one to fall back from the main stairs. He's a bit worried about the logistics place as well, and look at that, damage has been dealt around. It's going to be Vroom Vroom who has the upper hand, and now Eagle Eye needs to worry about multiple angles for him being placed right on the hallway side and also in towards the arsenal place as well. And Eagle Eye, he needs to, you know, get his inner, you know, eagle synchronization, if you know what I mean, to figure out a way to win this 1v5 clutch. And he needs to do so with good amount of information, 3 flashbangs, type 89, and a dream to achieve. You will get one, that is Nexus, off the board. In just 25 seconds, you need to find 4 players in which all of the players on the side of Vroom Vroom are currently hunkered down on towards the side of Arsenal and Church Room. Things will not be as easier as you'd expect, because Eagle Eyes, the only thing that he can do is just waste time and try to use that time to try to recollect and understand what mistakes they've made. But for now, we'll be able to see the pairing 9 get the kill off, taking out Eagle Eye, which would give the confirmation for Gazelle Esports not being able to win the site on Basement Church and Arsenal Room, and also give Vroom Vroom their win on round 8, which leads to them going back to CCTV and Cash Room, the place where Gazelle Esports really did win that almost that very close 1v1 clutch. So I would say that there is high likely a chance where Vroom Vroom might be able to bring this back up, because for the past 2 rounds that we did get to witness here, Gazelle Esports, they're not having a good time on the attack phase. In fact, they haven't even opened up CCTV wall on round 7. Can they successfully do it in round 9 is my biggest question.
Well, they might just be able to, but the
Attackers need to
thing
locate
is,
and defuse
Gazelles,
bombs.
you know, on their attack, the reason they won the attack round that they did, and that's why they're 5-3 currently, is because of the 1v2 that Crisis won. Sure, there were mistakes made by Vroom Vroom's final 2 players in that instance, but a 1v2 was won in that moment by Crisis. That was an excellent show of, you know, their skill and prowess. Now, here's the thing. You can't rely on 1vx's all the time. Hell, more than one round for that matter. Sure, matches can have multiple 1v2s, 1v3s, even 1v4s, and the very, very rare 1v5. But the point of the matter here is quite simple
Locate a bomb and
indeed.
defuse it.
You can't rely on them because they don't happen all the time. They don't happen consistently or reliably, which makes them, while a very hyped source of round wins and round
Attackers
points,
have located a bomb.
also not a reliable one. And if it's not reliable, then it's usually not a preferred method, or shouldn't be a preferred method of winning rounds in Rainbow Six. And that is something that Gazelles clearly knows. They are not messing around. They are bringing in all the ops they can. They are bringing in all the players they can. Excuse me if that noise came through the mic. It's a bit of a storm in my area, and a bunch of plant pots on the roof are falling off. So there's that. Shots are going to be fired by Fuse Bomb in the meanwhile towards Garage Catwalk, as very quick to get the CC breach done is, of course, Gazelles. But again, they've done that bit of work. They're doing what needs to be done from the utility perspective. But where they're losing is when Vroom Vroom decides to go on the offensive, they, Gazelles, somehow get caught off nearly every time. And that has happened even on Villa when Vroom Vroom was on the defense. That was happening as well. But things might be different this time around. Nemesis is going to take one, and there goes Eagle Eyes onto another 5v3. Wait a minute. Things might be very different this round if it continues to go this way.
And I believe that can happen unless Dash might be able to figure out a solution here. Taking out Cure, he needs to win this gunfight, and that would be Nemesis. If he does not take out the player in towards the bar side, then things will not progress for Gazelle. They don't figure out a way to take out that one important player. So I believe that IQ will make a decision to go back and hold his angle from Garage, and preferably hold the angle and make sure that the Garage Catwalk will still be in their hands. They have a minute left to do so. They've took out 2 of the players, and wait a minute, look at that Fuse Bomb immediately going in for the plant. Does Vroom Vroom know about it? Yes, they do. An immediate disorient will come in from the Echo, and a beautiful flick from Music J as he takes out Nemesis. Music might be able to find out another one. No, it's going to be Dash who gets that another kill, taking out Fuse Bomb, and suddenly we see Gazelle starts to falter as Eagle Eyes goes down. Crisis left with yet another 1v3 situation. Can he do this? Sprints around CCTV, doesn't have info nonetheless. Throws out the grenade, which will force out the attackers to fall back, and this will actually work out as a brave distraction. And now he needs to wait and figure out a way to take out Nexus. Is this advisable? We've seen Crisis win this clutch, and he'll be able to revive back his teammate Eagle Eyes, and now it's going to be a 2v1 again. Disaster struck for Vroom Vroom as they had such opportunities in their hands, but this C4 might be able to have a bigger change, but that will fail nonetheless. Push comes in, and it is Crisis once again. Round 9, Gazelle Esports in the mid-rounds where they had so many issues to deal with. Along comes Crisis yet again to save the day for Gazelle Esports, winning round 9 second floor CCTV and Cash Room and putting themselves up on a match point. Round 10 will proceed, and with Vroom Vroom having such advantage, Gazelle Esports struck lightning.
I have to say, I really liked the use of the grenade from Crisis. Just completely uncooked, tosses it through into the cash room site, and then just pushes straight in, right? And the Echo, I believe that was Dash, unfortunately had just momentarily looked away, and that was his downfall. He unfortunately lost his concentration on the door of CCTV cache, and that played right into the hands of
Attackers
Crisis.
need to
Now,
locate
that
and
I
defuse
don't
as many
think is
bombs
really
as they
anyone's fault.
can.
I think Dash wanted to really make sure that it was an uncooked grenade so that he could have the kind of time needed to get the kill and end the round before he would die. A grenade in that situation would definitely alarm you, right? Because it's like, wait, is that a cooked grenade? Is that an uncooked grenade? Audio can be, sometimes untrustworthy in Siege. Everybody knows this at this point. So a visual cue is sometimes more helpful. But the issue is trying to get that visual cue. The Echo ended up losing the other visual cue that he needed, which was the Maverick showing up right at cache door.
5 seconds to insertion.
After that, it was really smart of Crisis to just recover the diffuser, because he had the time. He had more than 20 seconds of time, right? He recovered the diffuser, revived his teammate, which was so important right there. Eagle Eyes being revived was definitely the thing that won in the round, because suddenly it became a 2v1, not a 1v3 like it was when he started the comeback. And now, with the freedom of letting Eagle Eyes go for the plant, because Eagle Eyes was the one with the low HP, he could be the one to go and take the kills, and he did exactly that. Covering for the fact that his team had had an unfortunate breakdown earlier in the round. Beautifully fought out, and played by Crisis to win the round for his team. That right there is what you call a planned execution. He knew what he was getting into. He knew what he was getting into. He knew what he had to do, and he did it. He did everything by the book, sure, but he did it right. And even then, some would have said that going for the revive was a little too risky. What if the Mozzie had gone out of cache door just then, right? What if the push had happened? But it didn't, and that is what matters here. And in the meanwhile, there we go. Oh boy, I was gonna say Chimpy taking so much damage, but Music Day comes in as well to help his teammate out. Oh dear me, Eagle Eyes. No ADS on that. He's gonna get taken down as well. Looks like Vroom are absolutely not happy about the last round. It's a 1v5 Q, the last one standing. Well then, Vroom. A sudden boost in performance after Hulky claims he doesn't have energy at that too. But then again, Hulky hasn't been the one doing most of the work in this round. So, I'll be fair to him. As a push out comes in off the back of the Echo drone, is Dash himself, and that is going to be CCTV cache room secured for Vroom, making it 6-4. They are not out of this yet.
They are definitely not out of this just yet, Jack. And guess what? Vroom. They are still surviving. They need to survive 2 more rounds to get themselves back up on their feet. With the side being on Basement Church and Arsenal Room, round 11 will commence. Good recovery as well on CCTV side. But how will they survive on Basement Church? I wouldn't say that Basement Church would still have a lot of issues for Gazelle. Although yes, Hibana will be brought out from Eagle Eyes. Eagle Eyes still brings in the Hibana even on site second for CCTV and also on Basement Church. So it shouldn't be much of a problem. But a 6-pick from Crisis as he switches from the Flores to the Twitch. Now that will be an interesting one to
Defenders,
look at.
protect your bombs from being
The main
defused
reason
by
why
attackers.
is that you have a lot of placed utilities. You have the Banshee deterrents, you even have Pests, you even have Thunderbird's Kona station, you have Echo's Yokai drones, a lot of utilities which are very important for the defenders, and Twitch will be able to at least disable the Melusi Banshee deterrent or destroy the Yokai drones, which is very necessary for Gazelle Esports to be proceeding this push. Although on round 8, where we did get to see, the players on the side of Gazelle Esports, all 3 of them were at the kitchen side, and they left Mozzie
5
from
seconds
the
to
main
insertion.
stairs. Now that was a very interesting thought for me to look at, because Gazelle, they've had control on logistics, even with the C4 being tossed out. They were like, look, Mozzie isn't there, you are free to use kitchen. But where is the main stairs control? Where is the main stairs information from the attack drones? And how did you let Nexus survive in that particular place and let Vroom succeed in winning Basement Church? Those are like so many reasons that Gazelle Esports have lost in that particular place, and I hope that they won't make those mistakes again. This is the reason why you see a rappel being brought up here from Eagle Eye. He just wants to make sure that the entire place on logistics is cleared, and even with the hatch being opened up, the attackers have a really long angle from the hatch. Even the floors being opened up into towards logistics, you'll be able to see from the hatch to from the roof hatch in towards the kitchen. Actually, not from kitchen, I would say in towards the Arsenal room. A very long angle, and if he did find one or two players from that particular place, it's a huge drop from Gazelle. But talking about the early rounds itself, they are, however, succeeding in opening up lines of sight. C4 being missed around from Vroom, and this is going to have a lot of issues from the defensive side. And Gazelle Esports, the one who has the chance to get the spot into the semi-finals, Vroom is definitely not going to let that is definitely not going to let that off that easily.
That's for sure. Like we said, Vroom isn't quite giving up yet, despite, like I said, Hulky's claims of having no energy. But it is what it is, as Chimpy is very much, in the hot seat right now, given where he is, taking damage from all over the place and trying to give some damage back. He's got a couple of his healing stations, but it's not going to work for too long. There we go. Eagle Eye is going to shut him down. Eagle Eyes is going to shut him down. Excuse me there. As one kill has been taken at the minute 5 mark. Music J is also overhealed because of the Trona stations of the Thunderbird. Nexus is still playing right by main stairs, so they have, as in Vroom, still has plenty of very important areas around the site being held down. Sure, Crisis was watching the main stairs for a second, and he's actually going to go back to doing that because he needs to. Oh, dear me. That Mozzie might have just had that kill had he been a little bit more careful, but no, here comes a kill from Hulky from above the stairs as Nexus goes down below. Fused Bomb, excuse me, will have definitely heard that, but Hulky has long since fallen back as Dirt in the meanwhile is being contested and it's going to be lost by, won by Q, excuse me. The plant has been denied once. Will the Echo Drone be taken out? No, not quite yet. Will it deny the plant a second time? No. Oh, dear me, that went a little bit too far up, and the plant has been finished, as now it's all down to the last 40 seconds in a 1v4 for Dash. Last one standing. He's moving up slowly but surely, but it's somebody watching from bathroom, and that's going to be it. Fuse Bomb takes the kill, finishes off the round, finishes off the match and the set, as Gazelle's Esports will be the ones to win the match here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. They are your victors going into the semifinals. Our fourth semifinalists have been decided after a beautiful couple of maps. It will be Gazelle's Esports to join the likes of Monkey Hunters, Team Valiance, and Mercenaries. It's going to be a great semifinals, folks. That is for sure. And, big shout out to Vroom. They made it quite a ways this time around, but unfortunately, today was not their day, and they will have to bow out and try again in future matches in the Nationals and all the like. But like we said, it was a great day of matches from them. And in the meanwhile, it was a great couple of games that we saw overall between the matches and all of the quarterfinals. That's all the matches so far have been really good in general. With all that being said, we're going to wrap things up here in just a short while, but not before we go over the highlights of this second map, that is Clubhouse. So let's go right into the highlights, and Baba Gusta, please take us through them.
Well, how can I say? How can I just say it? Just to start it off, I'd say that Vroom had a lot of issues, like at the early first half itself. The first and third rounds were the only attack rounds where they successfully won. We did get to see some, issues that they had to deal with, starting off with Nemesis and Crisis. Talk about Crisis in the second half. He made 2 clutches at this point. Second for CCTV and Cash Room on round 7 and round 9 were the 2 important points that Gazelle Esports had to take in order to get themselves back in the lead, put themselves on match point, and also win them the round in round 11 basement just an Arsenal room push. And also the way how Crisis played was so well that Vroom had no idea on how to counter them in the first place. Also, talk about the side on Vroom's place as well. I would say that Vroom did give it their best. We did get to see Hulky make some extraordinary plays on basement just in Arsenal room side. We even saw Nexus making some unpredictable plays, bringing in the fuse, the shield fuse with the secondary pistol in hand. Some hopefully trying to get those confusions, or also try to provide pressure for Gazelle Esports, and unfortunate that did not work on their end. And this time the thing about Vroom Vroom is that we did get to see a lot of non-meta ops being picked, Fuse being brought up. You even saw the Kali from Music J, knowing that the site was on second floor gym. Although yes, it is a good idea because you've opened up almost half of the walls on the side of the bathroom side, where you have a very long angle in towards jacuzzi and second floor, in towards the construction door. But other than that, that's the only long angle that the Kali will be able to see. Plus, she will be compromised of a location, knowing that the entire jacuzzi wall is opened up, and you need to worry about the main stairs as well. So you had to worry about some particular angles around, but it's a huge risk that Vroom Vroom was willing to take. And there were some particular rounds that they were very confident in winning at. But unfortunate that they've only won 2 rounds on two halves. 2 rounds in first half, 2 rounds on second half, in which Basement Church and Arsenal Room, second floor CCTV and Cash Room was a very good hold made from them. But other than that, it was just so close for Vroom Vroom to make them a ridiculous comeback in the second half. But yeah, other than that, Gazelle Esports, they will be the one to get the spot onto the semi-final. So congratulations to them. And talk about Vroom Vroom. Unfortunate that their journey comes to an end. And hopefully we would love to see them perform in the next future tournaments. But for now, Jack, we already have our 4 semi-finalists, Jack. We have Gazelle Esports. We have Monkey Hunters, MRCZ, and last but not the least, Valiance. These 4 teams will battle it out to get the spot on the grand finals best of 5. Who's it going to be, Jack? Do you have any predictions whatsoever on who's going to have that spot in the grand finals?
I really don't, Baba. I have to say, I think this is one of the few semifinals that I don't think I'm going to make a prediction for, at least not yet. Maybe in the match itself, I might do some. But here now, sitting here looking at the 4 semifinalists, Monkey Hunters LFO, Team Valiance, Mercenaries, and of course, Gazelle's Esports, I can't really say. I can't really say. In this very moment, these 4 teams in the semifinals have made it quite a ways in the AMD, the Esports Club Challenger Series 2, supported by Ubisoft. But that is going to be it for the quarterfinals, and from us here at the production, and for myself, Blackjack and Baba Gusta, as we will close off the quarterfinals for the night and see you all with the semifinals. I believe tomorrow, if I just quickly make a check, yes, indeed, tomorrow, the 29th of September, roughly around that 4:30 p.m. time. So until then, stay tuned and good night.
The partnership with AMD has been great. In Far Cry 6, the team has built the most ambitious open world in franchise history, filled with lush tropical environments and decaying urban landscapes. To push the visual fidelity of our game and immersive gaming experience, we've been collaborating with AMD to implement next-gen rendering techniques like DirectX ray tracing and AMD Fidelity Effects features. When implementing these next-gen features, we were challenged because we want the majority of players to have an enjoyable, smooth experience without having to turn their settings down. Using upscaling technology like AMD Fidelity Effects Super Resolution helps us address this problem because it means more players can enjoy Far Cry 6 with their graphic settings cranked up and without compromising frame rate. FSR is a cutting-edge spatial upscaling solution. It's easy to integrate into our development pipeline, and it delivers substantial performance boost while retaining excellent image quality on the highest quality setting. Additionally, we believe AMD's GPU Open and the support for open standards and platforms drive innovation forward. We can't wait until October 7th when players will finally get the chance to see all the hard work we've put into Far Cry 6. It's very exciting that we're getting closer to showcasing to players the game, powered by the latest AMD technologies.